It's a tough tournament mentally, physically. It's a test of endurance and stamina. When the snooker's on, you definitely start feeling the pressure. You feel like you've got 980 people breathing down your neck, you know. The standard, the quality, the players coming through, it's tough. You either sink or swim here, there's no in between.
The World Snooker Championship live on Eurosport, with every shot live and on demand on Discovery+.
Welcome back to the English Institute of Sport. Some superb drone work there. We are edging towards finding out the identity of our first 8 qualifiers through to the draw to join the top 16. That draw, by the way, live on 5 Live. We haven't done it on the radio for a while, just before 9 o'clock on Thursday morning. We have had some scintillating snooker so far. We really have. Some great comebacks. Barry Hawkins under a little bit of pressure. Marcel Eckhart, one of our world-class referees. A little bit of banter backstage, not too much though. Certainly all got a little bit serious as far as Stephen Maguire is concerned after racing to a 4-frame advantage. Tepchaya Unnu has bounced back well from 4-1 down, a blistering sequence of breaks. And still, we are yet to find out the identity of the first 8 into Thursday's draw. I'm joined once again by Ken Doherty, the darling of Dublin, who lifted the title in '97. He had a big advantage yesterday, but the tournament's loss is Judgment Day's gain. Ken, this is beautifully teed up.
Yeah.
We've got 5 matches that couldn't be closer at 5-4.
Yeah.
We've got 4 all. One of the matches pulled off a frame too early, and 2 6-3s. None of these matches are over yet.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, as you said, 5 of them perfectly poised. 6-3 for Anthony McGill, 6-3 for Wakelin as well. But those can be easily overturned. We've seen so many sort of comebacks and shifts in momentum. And as we have a look at the scores there, but anything can happen. I think it's important, you know, to get off to a good start tonight. Win those first couple of frames, set your stall out early. And but I think, you know, all these 5-4s and the 4-all, a lot of these could go right down to the wire rope.
They could, and the quality's been phenomenal. If you're just getting in from work, table 1, by the way, absolutely superb. Ricky Walton, semi-finalist 10 years ago, 4-1 up. Then Tepchaya pulls up an 80, a 1-4-2, a 96, and a 1-2-3 to lead by a frame. Zhang Anda just 1 up on Noppon Siankam. Noppon Siankam's had a run to 2 ITV semi-finals. Barry Hawkins 1 down to Jack Jones. Jack Jones has settled down really well into that match, and he's one of the players who could be getting his hands on a debut walk down the stairs, and Ken knows exactly what that's all about.
Yeah.
Stephen Maguire raced to a 4-0 lead against Fan Zhengyi, last year's European Masters champion, but he went 5 on the spin. McGill went 6 on the spin to turn around a 3-0 deficit to Cao Yupeng. Wakelin's only 4 away from a winning line, which, by the way, would be 4 out of 4 on Judgment Day, which is no mean feat. Matt Selton, Graham Dott, that match surely is destined to go all the way. Dottie, of course, a former champion. Matt Selt trying to make it to the Crucible for a 4th time. And Jordan Brown and Si Jia Hui were pulled off with a frame to go. Ken is going to hot-foot it into the commentary box where we have the doyen of snooker broadcasting. I reckon he's the most prolific broadcaster that snooker has, because he does every Eurosport event, every ITV event, and we've reversed a truckload of cash up his drive, and we've got him here for Judgment Day Part 1 and Judgment Day Part 2. So a very good evening to Dave Hendon, who is poised and ready to guide us through this evening's brilliant drama.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. I wonder what that truck was. It's a big night, isn't it, this? It's a big, big night. And, of course, we'll have 8 qualifiers revealed as the evening goes on. But who will they be? Let's start then with the action on table 1. And this has been an extraordinary match, as the guys were saying. 4-1 to Walden. Tepchaya's come back with an absolute flurry of big breaks. And he's already, as you can see, in the early stages. at the end of the session, it was 479 points without reply, and he's already extending that, so the record could be under threat. And the all-time record was made against Ricky Walden. It was Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Masters, 556. So just tally up the points here, 479 plus whatever he makes here. What has Ricky done to deserve this?
Well, he hasn't done nothing to deserve it, but it's just been a barrage of big breaks from this very talented Thai player, Thepchaya Unil. Second fastest player. Oh, that little bit on the end of the queue. Look at how much reaction he got. He's playing up for the blue there, but yeah, the end of that little extension, just he adding the extra weight, but he's already into his stride. Oh, I say that. And as I said, that little bit of extension, David, adds that bit of weight to the cue. And of course, when you're playing the deep screw, you just get a little bit too much on it, and he overscrewed it, but he still should have got the green.
Yeah, of course, the other thing is they've had 2 hours, or more than that, actually, these two, nearer 3 hours, where they haven't been playing. I mean, 4 on the spin, he would have loved to have just stayed out there, but of course it doesn't work that way. So as long as Ricky can pop this, then that run of points without reply comes to an end. It will be 490. No records, but Walden has seen what he's up against, 4-1 up. You know, things were looking good for him, but he's seen how in these spells a player like Thepchaya can just reel frames off very quickly.
Yeah, this is where, you know, these qualifiers in the second session, you know, they really come into their own, particularly when the match is sort of finely balanced in a way. You know, there's 5 5-4s out there tonight, and 2 6-3s, and of course 4-all. A lot of matches could potentially go very, very close, but it's really, you know, at this stage, it's all about sort of composure, holding the nerves, being able to play under the pressure. It's what all these players, you know, love and hate about the game at the same time. You know, they love the adrenaline and the nerves, but it can become, you know, so daunting, and it can become so cruel as well, because as we know in sport, and particularly in snooker, luck can certainly play its part.
Yeah, you would think with all these matches resuming as they are, we're going to get some close finishes. We'll see if anyone can pull away this evening. But a very exciting night ahead. Of course, you can contact us if you want to tweet us any questions or comments, queries, observations, whatever it is, at Ken Doherty 1997, at Dave Hendon, at Rob Walker TV, or at We Are WST. And do let us know where you're watching, because we do have viewers all around the world. It's always fascinating to find out where you're tuning in.
13.
And who are you supporting this evening as well?
Yeah, we've had some wonderful pictures, haven't we? Particularly there was one from Florida, beachside. It looks very, very nice. Far from rainy Sheffield, that picture was it anyway. Well, glad to know people all over the world are watching it and enjoying it as much as we are here in the commentary booth. Ricky Walden, chance to level things up once again. He's got himself into a really good position. A couple of nice little cannons into the reds.
21.
They've opened nicely around the black, is available only into the left corner pocket. I'd love to
22.
get rid of that red to the just right at the black here, so he could release the black into both corner pockets. He may play on that red just now. No. He's going for the one just above it.
Ricky Walden, who played in the semi-finals in 2013
Yeah.
against Barry Hawkins, and indeed was in front by quite a distance there. He was 12-8 up, but lost 17-14.
I remember him saying to me, actually, now that you mentioned that semi-final, he came off, and you know, we were talking about, you know, the stamina and of course the marathon of the mind as well as the body, and he came off saying, he says, you know something, he said, I never realized how much this, you know, this World Championship can take out of you, and how drained you can be and how tired you can be. And he says at the end, he says, I was just shot. He said, I was shot of energy, and he says that's what
that's what did him. And so he sort of made it a mission to get out and get fit, and that's when he started running a little bit more and trying to become more fitter and being ready for the World Championship in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think the semi-finals is probably the most brutal round. It's 3 days, 4 sessions. Okay, the final's 4 sessions, but it's the last match. You're not preparing for another match.
Yeah.
So that semi-final, 1st to 17, that really is tough. Particularly if it's close and you've got to play a final.
Yeah, and you know, when you're in the semi-finals of the World Championship,
43.
believe it or not, you're only halfway through the tournament because you've got 8 sessions in front of you and you've already come through. Even though you've come through 3 previous matches, you've played 8 sessions. So you're only halfway there. And even though you've only got 2 matches, that just shows you the extent and the sheer capacity of playing in the World Championship.
44.
But this is a nice break. He's got into a nice rhythm. He's a very quick player himself, Ricky Walden. And this is a good start. If you can win the frame from this first visit, well then, you know, that will really settle him down tonight, particularly after losing those 4 in a row. Yeah, beautiful little cannon there, holding the cue ball. Choice of reds. Looks pretty,
51.
plain sailing.
Yeah, we've already had a couple of swings in this match. Walden going ahead, Tepchire 4 on the spin. It can happen again the other way.
52.
Need 1 more red then after this black. Don't think he'd like the contact there, but he's okay.
Stephen Hendry once said, he said the semi-final round of any tournament is the worst one to play in. He says, because, you know, you obviously want to play in the final. He said if you lose in the semi-final, he says, well, it's so difficult to take, you know. I don't know. I think it's 1st round for me.
Well, I don't think Stephen liked losing in any round, did he?
I don't think he lost in many semi-finals either.
So this is frame ball for Walden to make a good start. Tepchire, who had the first chance, missed that green. 490 points without reply. So, you know, Walden hasn't had a look in for a while, but he's won this frame now. It's a good way to start the evening, level up the match. And he hopes that now this is his little purple patch. So he's won this frame. We want to show as much action as possible, so we'll try and get to the key moments in the frames as the evening goes on.
63.
And we're going to head now to table 7, where Wu Yize needs a good start. He's 6-3 down to Chris Wakelin. Wu Yize just 19, trying to make his debut at the Crucible. And as you can see, he's going well here. He's 49 in front, so very close to wrapping this up. Trying to put a bit of pressure on Wakelin.
Yeah, should have won the last frame of the session to close to 5-4. Ended up getting out of position on the last red. But this is a good start. Very talented player, this Wu Yize. I like the way he plays. That's such a prolific win. Oof. They're a bit pacey.
Yeah, he's not there yet because there's 4 reds still on. There's 1 down in bulk, so 59 still on, 56 the lead.
Well, is he on this red into the right centre? I think he is, you know. I think Chris Wakelin could do with a longer waistcoat, Dave. What do you think? Might have shrunk in the wash.
Well, if he wins the World Championship, the $500,000, I would certainly buy a few waistcoats with that.
Even if he qualifies, he should get another one. Anyway, let's see what he can do here. I think the red below the pink pots. Oh, but you see how tight these middle pockets are. I've seen 2 examples. Not in the heart of the pocket. Any sort of connection on right or left side of the pocket, and it doesn't go in with pace. Now, can he knock this long red in? He certainly can. Lovely shot, and that should be another frame for the young Chinese boy. Well, it should be 6-4 to Wakelin, Barron Snookers.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be his frame. Put in the black safe. Bit of security. We're trying to 2 snookers needed. So Barry Hawkins, a lot of interest, of course, in him because he's having to qualify for the first time since 2012. He's played at the Crucible, Barry, every year since 2006. So, you know, it's a big deal, this. If he misses out, he's going to be kind of lost for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and extra pressure on him as well, because he's so used to playing at the Crucible. And he's had such a good run there over the years as well. Lost to O'Sullivan in the final. He's been in a few semi-finals as well, hasn't he? It's one tournament that he loves playing in.
Yeah, his sort of calm demeanour seems to suit it.
Yeah.
He's sort of unflappable character, but this is if you're going to be flapping, it's going to be in this sort of situation. It's 5-4 down as they resume. It's a little short on this black.
Yeah, and to, you know, Jack Jones, who has played superbly well in that first session, 2-0 down, but went ahead and could have been even further ahead going into tonight. Yeah, important. Black disc, cutting it back, it's missable. Has he got it? Oh, well, look at that. Wow.
Wow. And that's incredible.
How often do you see that from Barry Hawkins?
Unflappable, we just called him, but that tells you the pressure of this final qualifying round. It's only frame 1 of the night, but this was such... Look, and it comes down hard there as well. Wow. Such a disappointment to see the red go in.
But look at the balls, the way they are situated. I mean, that was virtually frame ball. If that black goes in, he wins the frame, it's 5-all. Now look. That would give a little bit... I mean, you never see that from Barry Hawkins, though. It's so mild-mannered normally. Never get any inclination that he's frustrated or disappointed. Or you wouldn't know sometimes whether he's winning or losing. So calm, so serene. Now, will that give a little bit of a boost to Jack Jones?
Especially coming in the first frame, you know, it's not 8 each. So, yeah, it's concerning for Hawkins fans that he's clearly feeling it already. Obviously, he was unlucky, but the reaction was what was kind of revealing.
That was very surprising. It just shows you what this match and these Judgment Day can do to even the mildest manners of people. And he is one of the most mild-mannered professionals that we have on the circuit, for sure.
Well, totally. If Barry Hawkins can do that, anyone can. Even you can.
Yeah.
But what a chance for Jack Jones. This is, of course, to try and take a 2-frame lead.
Well, he'll go 1 point ahead after this black. So he will need all 5 remaining reds to win this frame.
Worth saying as well, he's trying to reach the Crucible for the first time. So, you know, we talk about Hawkins trying to keep his streak going, but for Jack Jones, it would be completely new territory.
Yeah, which adds that little bit of pressure as well.
16.
And when it gets a little bit close, will he feel it even more? They're the questions that these sort of the players of less experience may feel. They'll be the questions that'll be asked of them. They're the interesting little subplots, aren't they, to all these matches?
Just to say, Matt Selt has won the first frame of the night against Graham Dott, so he's 6-4 up. Jack Jones ranked 52 in the world. Been a semi-finalist in a ranking event in Gibraltar last year, but this season just a couple of last 16s. But of course the season can be completely transformed by a good World Championship.
23.
Stephen Maguire on a break of 44, trying to stop the rot over on table 6.
31.
Had a couple of messages in already. We've got someone watching in Canada saying, what do you think of Ronnie's chances of an 8th? Well, I think we've learnt never to write Ronnie off. His form's not been great, but it's Ronnie O'Sullivan. And also Craig, who's watching in a caravan in, I'm going to say Llandrillo in North Wales.
Not Llandudno.
And Brian McGovern, he's on the bus in Dublin, Ken, but he's watching, must be watching on his phone.
Oh, very nice. I got a little message from Ross Fowler, and he says, got tickets for Saturday with my wife, hoping she doesn't give birth in row C. Well, that would be a first. We've had someone propose. It was Brian a few years ago at the Crucible, but we've never had somebody giving birth, so you never know, Ross. Might be a first. You definitely get on the TV then.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even usurp Lauren Higgins as the most famous baby at the Crucible. Of course, when Alex won, baby Lauren was brought out.
Mm. Yeah, nice pot. It's okay. He's got a nice angle on the brown. Can drop onto that red. 24 points in the lead. Brown 28, so he's only need the red. So even if he finishes straight on the red, he's okay. Just drop the red in. The brown will go up on the pink spot. He could play the pink as well. Brown it is, and that looks pretty good. And now he doesn't need to do anything with this red. He'll check the scores again. Maybe the brown might be able to go on its own spot. He's just nudged the pink off the brown spot there with the cue ball on the way through.
43.
So 28 points ahead. No heroics with this, unless he's got some sort of angle on the red. No heroics. Just drop the red in, yeah.
44.
And he can play a little snooker on the green, or he can go for the yellow into the right centre. But if he plays the green, he can hide the yellow with the pink and brown. That's a possibility. Put the green safe. Barry Hawkins looks a little bit dejected in his seat. Showed that bit of emotion, banging the table with his fist.
Yeah, it tells you how keyed up he is for this evening, and you know what a big night it is. So Jack Jones in control of this frame. We'll just leave it with the Hawkins obviously needing snookers because we want to try and get a flavour of everything that's happening. And table 3 is Anthony McGill and Chow Yu-Peng. This was an interesting one because Chow Yu-Peng was 3-0 up. And then Anthony McGill won the last 6 frames. But as you can see, Chow Yu-Peng, and again, maybe it's shifting back and there's still time for that to happen. He's going to win this first frame of the night.
44.
So 6-4, and yeah, as I say, you know, he's hoping now this is a little spell where he'll dominate. He needs to, I guess, win this mini session if he can and make it a lot closer when they come back after the interval. So that's 6-4, and we can show you what's just happened on table 5. This is a match between Noppen Senkam and Zhang Anda. And Zhang Anda 5-4 up coming in, but this is Noppen Senkam making, as you can see, the 115th century of the qualifiers. A lot of high-quality breaks in amongst all the drama and the close frames. And this will just make him feel good, starting the night with a century. So 5-5.
Yeah, quality match that, isn't it? Anders Zhang has been playing wonderful snooker. He's been knocking in a few centuries already in these qualifiers, with high quality match from the two.
So he still needs a snooker here, Hawkins, as you can see. He nearly potted the green there inadvertently. That might have made him even more miserable. Did stay out, but can he clip it in? Well, not attempting that. So we'll let you know if that does turn around, but it looks like it's going to be Jack Jones's frame. Now this is table 8. We're looking, of course, to see if there's going to be any debutants, and Sejal Wee could be one. He's resuming here against Jordan Brown. They're actually taken off a frame early, but he's already won the first frame of the night, and he's in the second. So 5-4. They were taken off at 4 each, but Sejal Wee is looking good already.
Yeah, of the Chinese players, I mean, well, there's 3 of them today that really stand out for me. And Jiwa Hui, I hope I got that pronunciation right. Fen Zhengji and Wu Yi, all very, very young.
55.
Played superbly well under pressure today already. And the Zhang, I suppose you could put in that category, but he's been around a few years now. These are quite new to the professional circuit, but wonderful talents and shown a lot of, you know, composure under the extreme pressure of Judgment Day. Great to see.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? I mean, they had a good break. They were taken off, you know, quite early, but anyway, he's coming back refreshed. And this frame,
well, have a look at that for confidence. I mean, he needs that red. He's 61 ahead, 67. He's played it left-handed, and he's screwed up for the blue. How do you like that for confidence?
Well, it's a sign, isn't it? He's
Yeah.
showing Jordan Brown, listen, I'm feeling good. You're going to have to produce something yourself.
Mm.
So snooker's required.
67.
So as I say, we're going to snooker's required. We're going to try and jump around and show you what's happening. Table 1 is a very interesting match. Ricky Walden we saw win the first frame, and he's about to win the second as well. You can see snooker's required. So 6-5 to Ricky, having sat out that absolute barrage from Tepchara Nu. He actually, I saw at the end, he actually smiled, Ricky, as if to say, well, what am I supposed to do in the face of that? But what he has done is he's had a break of a couple of hours, and he's come back. And he's won the first 2. 6-5 to Ricky, just to show you Jack Jones is finishing off there in frame 10 of that match, the first of the night. So that's 6-4 to Jack Jones. Let's go to table 7, where Chris Wakelin is up against Wu Yize, and it's about to go 7-4. So I'm wondering, I guess, who's going to be the first off tonight. He lost the first frame of the night, but has come back strongly. Chris Wakelin, the shootout champion, 3 times a qualifier for the Crucible. Never won a match there, but has had his best ever season, of course. And the week after the shootout, he beat Neil Robertson at the German Masters, you know, carrying that confidence in. Got to play in the Players' Championship, a big tournament, of course. We've got some troublemakers on Twitter, and I like that. Someone's saying here that Sejal Wee will win and draw Sean Murphy in the first round, because of course that was the trouble, wasn't it, where Sean said that, you know, when he was an amateur, he beat him in the UK, shouldn't be in the tournament. All that fuss that was made.
Yeah, that was a classic. Well, that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it, if that happened? I think he's eaten humble pie since then, has to be said, Sean Murphy. Got plenty of flack over that. And I must apologise about Sejal Wee. Of course, it's his first year on the tour. It's just that I haven't seen much of him, you know, and that's. But he's certainly producing what we know he's capable of in these qualifiers, playing excellent snooker.
Well, the standard already very high tonight. Chris Wakelin with a century, so we saw one a moment ago on another table, and here again, Noppen Sengon we saw make one. Chris Wakelin just keeping Wu Yize at bay. Good stuff, and that is 7-4. Yes.
65. 66.
So this is Graham Dott and Matt Selt. 6-4 to Selt, but as you can see, Dott, he's in here well in front. He's going to make it 6-5. We know that he will fight every inch of the way. I remember one year at the Crucible, he was 8-1 down to Stuart Bingham after the first session,
70.
and he roared back. I think Stuart won 10-8 in the end.
71.
So that's going to be 6-5. We're getting going. There's a lot of interesting snooker, but of course, when we get to the Crucible, when we get to the final, the question every year who's going to referee it. It's quite special this year because it is Sheffield's own Brendan Moore, and Rob Walker can explain more.
76.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. It most certainly is going to be Sheffield's very own Brendan Moore. There's always a little twinkle in his eye when he walks down those famous stairs. And Brendan, forget about a twinkle. There's going to be a tear in your eye because you're celebrating your hat trick of World Finals, but also this is your final hurrah. This is you saying goodbye.
It is, yeah. I already get emotional thinking about it now, of what it's going to be like. Because it's like you say, it's always special walking out at the Crucible anyway. But knowing it's going to be for the last time, yeah, I get emotional thinking about it now. Actually,
But there were a lot of positive comments. I mean, social media can be a poisonous realm to deal with, but most of the reaction, in fact, all of the reaction I've seen on social media to you being offered this great job to go and work with Matchroom on pool, the reaction's been positive. Too good an opportunity to turn down, and it's time for a new chapter for you. And you'll leave us with great memories, and you leave us as a great servant to snooker.
yeah, the social media has been brilliant, as have all the referees and the players here this week. Everyone's been so complimentary. It's been a really good week for that. And like you said, social media can be toxic at times, but yeah, there's been really good comments said. I'm obviously going to miss the job.
And there's no finer way to sign off than reffing a World Championship final. This is
That
you.
was 2014, just
Yep.
after I walked out, and I still blame you for that.
Yes,
I
you
was-
were emotional.
I was stood backstage, and I don't get nervous, I never have. But I can hear you, the way you're revving the crowd up, talking about me from Sheffield Wednesday, all that sort of stuff. And I'm just stood there thinking, Rob, please stop, please stop. But when I walk out, it just hit me.
And what a final in 2018. I mean, the class of 92, John coming back to 15 all. When you're refereeing a match of that magnitude and a match of that drama, are you able to realise in the moment this is really special? Or does that only come afterwards because you're concentrating so hard?
No, the evening session is when I knew. Because the afternoon at one point, it didn't look like there would even be an evening session, the way Mark was playing. So for John to come back like he did, and then you knew it was building up, the atmosphere got more intense, and you can feel it on the floor. Obviously, I know both players pretty well anyway, but when Mark is he's on that break for the pink to win the match, he misses the pink, and at that point as a referee you're thinking Higgins is the player that can dish this, and he did. But then when they walk out, you're thinking, but Williams is the one that can put this to the back of his mind and carry on, which he did. So it was phenomenal to be involved in it, because looking at both sets of families as well, what it means to them, it was unbelievable to be involved in that. I mean, the 14 final is always special because it's my first.
Yeah.
But the sheer spectacle of what happened on the second one, because obviously everyone goes on about me reffing deciders, and I'm thinking, this is nailed on. Got to be a decider where this is going. But it got close, but yeah, that was a really, really great night.
So listen, it sounds like you've done a great job to keep your emotions under control in 14 and 18, but knowing that is the last time you are going to officiate in your current role as a referee, how are you going to keep all those feelings at bay and do the job, even though we know you're a top pro?
The job, yeah, they're doing the actual job part, yeah, I've got I'll just go out and do the job. But the walking out at the start, and then the closer it gets to the end, obviously it's about the players, but as the nearer to the end it gets, knowing that this is going to be the end for me, that could be close. That could be touching tears, that.
Well, you know how you mentioned you were standing backstage wishing that I wasn't talking about you in 14? You're going to be thinking exactly the same in a couple of weeks' time on whatever it is, the 30th of April, because I'm going to make sure the crowd know this is one of Sheffield's very own, signing off a great career for snooker and moving on to a new chapter. So we wish you well.
Thank you very much.
We will have a chance to share a beer on the evening of the first, which could be very late into the night, depending on how the final goes. Enjoy your last Crucible, and let's enjoy the last, what is it, day and a bit of Judgment Day. Thanks very much, Brendan. You have been a superb ambassador, and I hope you have a fantastic World Championships. How about that, Hendo? He's going to sign off in style with the World Final. I reckon that's how you should retire, although I don't think you're going to be going anywhere for about another 20, 25 years.
Well, unless you've heard anything different, Rob. I've got no intention of going anywhere at the moment. But anyway, as we were listening to Brendan there, we're watching Ricky Walden here. Great start to the night for him. Just look where the Reds are here, Ken.
Yeah, wonderful start for Ricky Walden. And, well, we always talk about shifts and momentum. Well, here's another one. 5-4 down, 4-1 up, 5-4 down. Great chance to go 7-5. But listening to that interview with Brendan Moore, I mean, you could just, you get the sense of what it means, not only for the players, because I know exactly where he's coming from, but from the referees as well. They're doing a job. They've, you know, donated like their lifetime to becoming a referee and then being a referee at the highest level. And to get to the level where Brendan's gotten to referee a World Final and finish off with a World Final, yeah, you can almost sense the sort of the emotion behind it all, you know, and it'll be sad sort of farewell, but he's been a great ambassador for the referees, there's no doubt about that, and a great servant to the game, you know. And sometimes we forget about the referees, don't we, and the job that they've done, and particularly, you know, here this week, the long hours for the referees as well.
40. Listen, Rob will have him blubbing on the last night, don't worry about that.
Oh, Rob loves a tearjerker, doesn't he? He builds it up lovely.
Well, meanwhile, Ricky Walden has every reason to be feeling good. This is a great chance. I think he knew it would be an open game. And interestingly, I did mention earlier, he's played Tepchire 4 times, beaten him every time. So he's got good memories of playing him. But he knew that barrage he was hit with, that he would have to produce the goods tonight. And so far he is.
47.
Go back to that very first frame when Tepchire was in.
48.
And he missed that green into the middle. You know, overscrewed it when he had that little bit of an extension on his cue. Missed the green, and from then on, well, the whole match has sort of changed around again. And it could swing back. Very important frame for Tepchire coming up, the one before the mid-session interval. Try and reduce the arrears back to just 1, but at the moment, it's all Ricky Walden.
Yeah, and it's turning into an absolute belter of a match, a real classic. It's whether it can be as fluent and free-flowing, you know, if it's sort of 8 each later on.
Well, I mean, it's just over 35 minutes, but this will be the end of the 3rd frame already. How quick the both players are playing. I mean, you see Ricky Walden. I mean, he's no slouch when it comes to playing fast. He's one of the fastest players on the tour.
62.
Yeah, Ricky Walden has played 8 times at the Crucible. Last time was 2 years ago. So clearly Walden has won this frame and he's going to be 7-5 up. But we're trying to show you as much as we can. So we're going to table 6. This is, of course, Fang Zhengyi and Steve Maguire. Maguire led 4-0. Fan overturned that. As we join it, it's 5 each, but a golden chance for Fan to go back in front at 6-5. He's looking to make his debut at the Crucible this year. Of course, won the European Masters last season. It's been quite quiet this season, but if you're going to make a splash anywhere, I guess the Crucible is the place. Just 22 years of age. Yeah, just a couple of last 32s in ranking events. He did reach the semi-finals of the Champion of Champions, though, which, of course, is a big one-table event. Big money, prestige. $70-0 with 59 on, so that's going to be 6-5. And there's a lot of heavy scoring already tonight, isn't there? You know, you associate this round sometimes with close frames, but we're already seeing the breaks flying in all around this arena.
71.
Just to say, on table 8, it's gone 6-4 to Si Jiahui. So from 4 each, he's won the first 2. against Jordan Brown.
76.
Gentleman here, Tom Lewis on Twitter, is asking. The big question's been asked. He says, "Do you think we'll see a pigeon this year at the Crucible?" Of course, we saw one last year, which was a bizarre experience. But anyway, well, we'll see. It might be the same one.
You know, I remember that when myself and John Virgo were in the commentary box, and believe it or not, the pigeon came right up and landed right in front of the commentary box and just perched itself right at the window. And of course, John Virgo had to say, "Where's the pigeon gone?" As he would do.
It was bizarre.
We start singing, "Catch the pigeon, catch the pigeon." We're giving away our age there for sure. A lot of the younger audience won't know what we're talking about, but certainly some of the older ones will.
Wacky races.
Yeah, they were. Dick Dastardly. Do you remember him?
C-Mac, just to say on Twitter, saying really enjoying the format, switching between tables. More of this, please. I'm watching from Nova Scotia in Canada. My money's on Ronnie for the 8th. Fang Zhengyi has won that frame, so that's 6-5. Yeah, 6-5 to Fan. And we're going to jump in on Graham Dott and Matt Selt. This is 6-5 to Matt Selt. And he's in front in frame 12 with a chance.
The burning question is, though, how did the pigeon get into the Crucible? That's what I'd like to know. How did it find its way in?
He must have had a pass.
Normally I have most of those passes. I get them from all the other players, but it's quite funny.
Matt Selt, the world number 38, looking to book a 4th Crucible appearance. He's not yet to win a match there. Last played there 2 years ago. Had a pretty gruelling win over Peter Lyons, 10-7 in round 1.
This is we saw the little sort of footage of players going into the pack. Well, this is another way of going into the pack. And you got to watch the cue ball. He's got to play this with a lot of top spin, a lot of right hand side, and he's got to arc the cue ball into the bottom of the pack here. He'd like to hit the gap. See the 2 reds above the black? The gap there would be ideal. A lot of pace.
Oh my days, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh my days, he says. Yeah, it's a sort of cardinal sin, isn't it, to actually miss the pot?
Yeah. Concentrating on going into the pack. Didn't play it with a lot of pace, though. Didn't play it with a lot of confidence. He's been fortunate he hasn't got on a red. But look where the cue ball ended up. That'll give a little bit of hope to Graham Dott. Really close match. We always thought this was going to go very, very close, didn't we? Had all the hallmarks of a real nail biter, this match.
Yeah, I mean, Graham Dott sort of set it up nicely. He described this day as horrible. That was his very blunt assessment, and what he means is, of course, just the nerves and what's at stake. You know, you either get to the Crucible, you're part of snooker's greatest show, or you're not, and it's as stark as that. Your season ends in disappointment here at the English Institute of Sport.
Yeah, and a lot of players' season could rest on a really good run here, you know. And that's the difference it could make to their whole season. For some players, it could mean that they could be off the tour and have to go back through qualifying school. I don't think any of the players on Judgment Day this year are relying on that.
We're going to just jump into table 5 because, of course, we saw Noppen Senkar make that century. But Zhang Anders said this right at the start. He's very stubborn, and he's gone behind in the match. He's lost the first 2 tonight, but he's ahead by 51 here. He's played 3 times also at the Crucible, but not for 5 years.
Yeah, 52-point lead. No value taking the blue on here. Put maybe the black safe or yellow safe. Brown safe even if you can. Definitely to have some sort of insurance, because even with a 52-point lead with a lot of reds out in the open, certainly no value taking on a colour here. He's hampered slightly, taking on the blue. Be very risky. If it doesn't go in, well, maybe he can just cue slightly around the red, but it's too risky for me. I mean, wait your chance, take your medicine, put a colour safe, get a bit of insurance, and then I think he's just going to chip the blue to the side rail. Yeah, I don't like that shot though. He should have put the yellow safe, because he could be in big trouble here. And just hide the cue ball behind the blue here and knock the red up the table. Poor shot that from An Zhang. He's in big trouble now if he's snookered. Has he got enough of the red? Well, look at the red that he's played. He's certainly got enough of that one.
Well, just while we watch this, I just want to mention a couple of tweets. Gary Moss is listening in the gym at the moment. He says it's a great job, proves how well snooker translate to radio-style commentary. Can't help but want Elliot Slessor and Jordan Brown to qualify, having had their debut in the empty arena in 2020. Yeah, we made that point earlier. You're quite right. They played in the COVID era where there was no crowd. Dom is saying the format with the best of 19s has really made it more entertaining for me personally. Players can express themselves. We've seen a bit of that today, haven't we? And Marasaki is asking, I've got a trivia question for you. What World Championship did water leak into the crucible and damage one of the tables? Well, I have a vague memory. I'm pretty sure it was a semi-final with, I don't know whether you were
Fred
playing.
Davis?
No, this is at the Crucible. That was pre-Crucible.
Yeah.
But there was definitely, I think it was maybe John Higgins and Mark Williams. We're going back 20-odd years.
Okay.
And there was I remember there was water dripping onto the table. So whether that's the one you're thinking of, yeah, Fred Davis. That was in Manchester.
Was it?
There was a hole in the roof. So when it rained, as it often does in Manchester,
Yeah.
there was only one thing going to happen.
Yeah. Rain, stop play.
Williams has pulled one back against Chris Wakelin, 7-5. You know, they're getting on with it again, aren't they? The frames going by pretty quickly this evening. Oh, it's a great pot from Zhang Anda. So back in, nice kiss, good chance there to win that frame. But we want to keep it on top of everything that's happening. And particularly, I know there's a lot of interest in table 2. Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones. We've got Jones trying to make his debut. Hawkins trying to keep a streak that goes back to 2006 of always playing at the Crucible. Barry Hawkins banged his fist on the table in the first frame when he potted a black and a red went in the middle, but seems like coolness has returned. 6-4 down, could do with this frame really.
Oh, good pot. Bit of pressure on that one. Nice solid pot. What you'd expect from Barry Hawkins. Should win the frame now. 54 points difference. Tepchaya is back in on table 1.
Well, just as we watch Barry here, we can hear from him speaking before this match. He won in the last round, and this is what he had to say about it.
You've not been involved in for quite a while. What are you anticipating for that round and that match?
It's just going to be another tough game. You know, it's just another day, another tough match. I'll just be trying to concentrate on finding some form, concentrate on what I'm doing really, and you know, improve on the performance today. I mean, it can't, as I say, it couldn't get any worse. So I couldn't play any worse. So yeah, you know, it can only get better from here really.
How much of a disappointment would it be if you weren't to try and kind of get over the line and get to the Crucible, having been there for so long and done so well in recent years? Yeah, I'll be really disappointed. You know, everybody wants to finish their season off at the Crucible, but yeah, it's all well and good qualifying, but you want to go there and do well as well. You know, just winning one game here and getting bashed up at the Crucible first round is not what people really want. But obviously, you know, I want to be part of it.
Well, Barry Hawkins, that was him speaking before play. As you can see, Jack Jones needs 3 snookers and he has in fact conceded. By the way, if you missed the interview with Brendan Moore, who's going to be refereeing, of course, his last World Final because he's going off to work for Matchroom Pool, you can look at that on the World Snooker Talk Twitter account. This is table 3. Anthony McGill was 3-0 down. He was 6-3 up. It's 7-4 now against Chow Yupeng, but McGill ahead in this next frame. A lot of people have been saying of the potential qualifiers, he would be one of the most dangerous because he's already been a semi-finalist, agonisingly close to being a finalist 3 years ago when he lost that epic with Karen Wilson.
Yeah, class player, isn't he? And he'd be very, very dangerous for any top 16 player. Of course, he beat O'Sullivan at the Crucible as well. And not many players can say they've done that. So, good pedigree at the moment.
Yeah, I
taking
think
control, isn't he? A4 it looks like, but for something abnormal to happen, it's pretty straightforward here for him.
Yeah, sorry, Ken. I think he's got a good personality for Sheffield, which is such an intimate place, and he's quite introverted, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, Steve Davis was in the 80s. He just shuts everything out and just focuses on the table.
Yeah, actually, he reminds me a lot of Steve Davis, the way he sort of used to be back in the 80s. Not the way he is now. But
DJing at Wembley,
yeah, completely.
Which is what he'll be doing at the summer.
Supporting Blur and Paul Weller, would you believe? But yeah, no, he reminds me of Steve Davis. He keeps to himself, quite aloof, you know, but very introverted, as you say. But you know, what a wonderful cue action, and what a when he gets going, great player to watch.
Yeah, he puts everything into his snooker, and you know, he was a top 16 player at the start of the season, just hasn't quite had the campaign he wanted. Did get to the semis in Belfast, quarterfinals of the World Grand Prix, but he had points coming off as well, which made a difference. Anyway, he's looking good here, and this is going to be 8-4 guaranteed. Just to say, Tepchai Nu has hit back against Walden with a century, so that is an unbelievable match.
What a match that is. I mean, it's been so quick for another century for Tepchai. I mean, 7-6 down now, but excellent game going on there in table 1.
Matt Selt, meanwhile, looking good for 7-5 here. The standard actually is very, very good, isn't it? You know, I mean, it may yet slow down, but they've come out the blocks, all of them, looking really good. I
think it's been very impressive. You know, we thought we might see a few slow games, but we haven't really. I mean, the first session today was pretty quick for her. And it's pretty much the same. There's not been a lot of slow games, if any, so far this evening. That may change as it gets a little bit closer. But at the moment, I think all the standard is just extremely high under extreme circumstances as well. Very impressive.
Yeah, another frame goes by. Matt Selt over the line here. So 7-5, big frame to come, and this is table 8. Just at the very end to see Jordan Brown. He has won that frame, so that's going to be sorry. There's so much to keep on top of. That's going to be 6-5 to Wu Yiza. Now this is table 6. Stephen Maguire, another big hitter. He's played every year at the Crucible since 2004. But he's 6-5 down, going 6 each. Another frame being won in one visit, it would seem.
Yeah. And he's responded well. I mean, from 4-0 up to go 5-4 down. And now could level once again. He could have very frustrated figure, didn't he, earlier on today? But he's certainly coming back nicely here.
Yeah, we had the fist on the table, we had a cue bang, and that's just when we were on that table. Who knows what was happening when we weren't? But yeah, but he's such a competitor, and that, of course, he's trying to use that as a positive now. Get on the front foot here. He would be another very dangerous qualifier, clearly. He was in the quarterfinals last year at the Crucible. Lost to O'Sullivan. gone 6-all, Noppen Sengham and Zhanganda. 7-5 Chris Wakelin over Wu Yize, so it's very close wherever you care to look. McGill, I guess, is the only one. He's 8-4, of course.
68.
Coming around maybe off 2 cushions for this red just below the pink. We hit it too hard. He's okay. He's still got it, but
71.
he'd like to go on now and just make a century here. Just give himself a little boost going into the next frame. Very important frame just before the mid-session interval. Good response this from the former UK champion.
Sean's watching in Canada. She says just a couple of hours down the road from Cliff Thorburn. Sean Murphy's going to take home his 2nd championship, 18 years on. His form has been excellent. Hashtag no pressure. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, his form has been excellent. He's got to keep it going, of course, but he'll go to the Crucible, Sean, this year full of confidence, quite rightly. Won the Players' Championship, the Tour Championship, playing brilliantly. Is it 18 years, though, since that dramatic win in 05? It is.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? Well, I'll tell you what, he'd be going there full of confidence. He's hold on, stay there, Stephen. It might go in. Ooh, close enough. Yeah, he'd be going there with a lot of confidence, won't he? I mean, Sean Murphy, if they're winning the Tour.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you need. Of course, going to Sheffield, we'll see if he can continue that form. Will be seeded number 4. Well, it's quick fire stuff for this evening, and we can now have a look at table 7, Chris Wakelin and Wu Yize. This is 7-5 to Wakelin. Wu Yize, the youngest player in action here today, just 19 years of age.
He's not going away, is he? I mean, he's still battling away against Chris Wakelin. It looked like it was all Chris Wakelin at one stage, but it's been really good.
Yeah, this is what can happen, of course, in these longer matches. Players within the matches can have little spells where for sort of 3 frames they look unbeatable. And then it can, of course, shift back the other way if you're not careful. Wu Yize has already beaten Alan Taylor. And Tian Peng Fei 10-2, a thumping win over, a terrific player. Tian Peng Fei whitewashed Ronnie O'Sullivan in the Welsh Open this year in the quarterfinals, 5-0. He's 62 in the world, but coming into today, he was provisionally 51 on the end of season ranking, so his tour card is fine. No worries on that score. Alan McManus has a lot of good things to say about him, and Alan, as we know, is a very shrewd judge. So if he's saying good things, then they're worth hearing.
Yeah, and they're well attributed as well. I've seen quite a bit of them. A really hot prospect for future years. And who knows, he's not out his championship just yet. He's sticking in there, showing a lot of great quality against a man who's playing at the top of his game, Chris Wakelin, who's never lost one of these Judgment Day qualifiers.
Just to say, James Cook, who sent that picture from Florida earlier, has now sent another one, just to just to rub it in even more, Ken.
Yeah, I saw it. It looks lovely where he is. The Florida Keys, I'm sure.
Foul. He's 45. Just quickly.
Well, that break has ended rather suddenly. And he was going along nicely before that. So still a bit of mileage clearly in this frame. The last before the interval. But there's a lot of interest, as I've said already, about what's happening with Barry Hawkins here this evening. He's on table 2, and he's playing Jack Jones, who's trying to get his debut at the Crucible. It's 6-5 to Jack Jones. This match got a little bit edgy. We saw Hawkins in the first round bang the table, which is just not like him at all. Obviously, Jack Jones is under pressure to qualify, so it could get rather tense, I think, this one. And Jack Jones here has left a chance for Barry Hawkins. People have asked why he's not wearing a bow tie. He's got a medical exemption. The colours here are not great, are they? You know, the pink and black are tied up. The blue's off its spot. It's near a pocket, but not over the pocket. The yellow's safe. So even though the reds are all in play, it's not actually really set up great, this table, for a break. But that's a great part on the brown. All that said. Simon Fielding is enjoying the coverage. He says Selby for me this year. Lee Seymour asking, do you think if Ronnie were to win the 8th, would he retire? Got nothing to prove in my eyes. I don't know about that, Lee. I think even though Ronnie obviously has a bit of a love-hate relationship with playing snooker, he does still love it, definitely. And, well, it would be a big move, wouldn't it, to walk away? I'd be surprised, but you never know. Hope not.
6.
Be a big help for Hawkins to get this blue back on its spot. Clearly, get it in the middle of that table, then the break building becomes easier. Can, of course, send us messages at Ken Doherty 1997, at Rob Walker TV. I'm at Dave Hendon, or to World Snooker Tour at We Are WST. We'd love to hear where you're watching. We've had Snooker Pro. They do great work promoting the game in Germany in particular, and also on snooker.org. Watching from Germany in different cities. There's a team of them, so watching in different cities and enjoying the coverage. Thank you. And of course, snooker so popular in Germany. Barry Hawkins was in a final there, wasn't he, in Fürth early season? The European Masters, lost to Karen Wilson. Now, he's not happy tonight, is he? He's overdone this. And he looks to the heavens. And his reaction tells you all you need to know.
Barry Hawkins 6.
Oh, it was a foul, was it?
Jack Jones 7.
Apologies, that was a foul. Peggy Lee's dropped the blue. It's all happening. Yeah, Hawkins was going nicely. I thought when he potted the blue, I thought he was annoyed he hadn't got position, but it was actually a foul. I think we can clear that up for you. Here we go. Yeah, watch yeah, well, it was a very blatant foul, actually. You're just not sort of naturally watching that part of the table, but he's caught the red and then some. He's shifted it quite significantly, so that was another annoying incident for the Hawk. It's a bit of a battle with his mental state right now. Just to say, Wu Yiz has pulled back 7-6 to Chris Wakelin. It was 6-3, so Wu Yiz, the 19-year-old, has won 3 of the first 4. All these matches coming to the boil. We'll be speaking to the qualifiers as they come off later on. Rob will be asking them how they feel after such a grueling, dramatic day. Now, shortly we'll be hearing what Ken thinks of tomorrow's matches, but first, let's take a little trip down memory lane.
When I played the late great Alex Higgins, who was my hero, who inspired me to take up snooker and play snooker and want to be a professional and try and win the World Championship. I was the last player to actually play Alex Higgins at the Crucible. And I was a little bit nervous because when you play Alex Higgins, you don't know what to expect. He's fidgeting in his chair. He was a little bit inebriated, as you might say. And as the match wore on, he got very jittery and argumentative with the referee, John Williams. And at one stage told John Williams to stand on his left-hand side. And John Williams says, "No, Alex, I've been standing here all day. I'm not in your line of sight." And Higgins replied, "You're not in my line of sight, John. You're in my line of thought." And I thought it was one of the greatest lines that I've ever heard. But I don't know what he meant by it. But it was a tough match. I ended up winning in the end. But it was sort of a hollow victory because here was my hero. It was the last time that he ever played at the Crucible. And I beat him. It was just great to play the great man in such an auspicious tournament and such a wonderful place as the Crucible.
Oh, those chronicles are absolutely brilliant. That Ben Pix guy is so talented. I mean, it's funny, isn't it, how an animation can really capture someone's idiosyncrasies, and that little twitch that Higgins had. It's amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I tell you. And every time he sat down, smoking a cigarette and twitching in the chair, I remember almost like it was yesterday. And it was quite unnerving because I'm playing my hero and he's having this stand-up argument in the middle of the Crucible with the referee. And that's very true. He said to John, "Stand over here." He says, "No, Alex, I've been standing here all day. I'm not in your line of sight." "No, babes, you're in my line of thought." It was a classic, you know. But he was getting the crowd on his side and he was getting more drunk as it was going on. And he was making me even more nervous, you know. And even though I bet him, it was the most hollow victory I've ever had, you know. And it was the last time actually Alex Higgins played at the Crucible, you know. But I didn't enjoy one bit of it, I must say.
And if you before we talk about your picks for tomorrow, that victory in '82 was iconic, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yeah.
And the way he celebrated,
yeah.
You know, we'd hardly ever had any sportsman crying live on TV.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hardly any.
It was an inspirational moment for me. You know, as a young kid, I was, what would I have been, only about 13 at the time. And when I first saw Alex Higgins, I was only 8. That was on Pop Black, and I'd been following him from then. But when he won that World Championship, and he was crying his eyes out, "Bring on the baby, bring on the baby," you know, and you know, he didn't care about the cup as long as he had the baby in his arms and the tears streaming. Yeah, it was an iconic moment in our sport, not just for me, but it must have been for Stephen Hendry, for Ronnie O'Sullivan, for John Higgins, all those players of that, you know, around that would have been only kids, you know what I mean? And for a lot of kids just taking up the game generally. But he inspired an awful lot of people, as did Dennis in '85 as well. That was a very iconic moment for a sport.
That whole period in the early to mid '80s was absolutely incredible. Now then, if you are a fan of snooker and you think you can predict the results, log on to the World Snooker Tour website. You've got until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to put your predictions in for Judgment Day Part 2. Now, how about this? Before we get yours, Ken, how about this? The winner will get 2 all-day tickets for semi-final Saturday at the Crucible.
Wow.
Get in.
That's a wonderful prize, isn't it?
That is almost the prize money can't buy. Right then, Ken, tomorrow is fascinating. Really looking forward to these matches. Stevens and Gilbert. Stevens twice a runner-up. Gilbert has made the semis.
Yeah.
Which way are you going on that one?
Well, like all my predictions are in bold sort of writing, as you can see. So it's a very tough one to call, this one between Gilbert and Stevens. Two, you know, former top 16 players, and you know who've had good runs at the Crucible. Particularly Stevens, of course, getting to the final twice. And he's been in the semi-finals a couple of times as well. He's a proven quality. Hasn't been playing his best. Dave Gilbert sort of dropped out of top 16, but it's a very close one to call. But I'm just gonna edge slightly Matthew Stevens.
Okay. Now Elliot Slessor, he's desperate to get back to the Crucible for what he thinks will be the Crucible proper experience, because he played Yan Bingtao on his debut
during COVID,
and he was really upset the fact that there were no crowds there. He leads Xiao Yulong in their head-to-heads. Is that why you've gone for the Sless?
I've gone for Slessor because I think he came through that tough match, didn't he, against Highfield. He's got Peter Ebden in his corner, which will help him because he can be a little bit temperamental at times, and that's by his own admission for sure. Zhu Yulong, he's a quality player, and I think it's going to be a close match as well. But I'm just going to favour Slessor slightly. I think of the two, I think he scores a little bit heavier, and he might be playing with a little bit of added calmness, the fact that Ebden's in his corner as well.
Yeah, and he's working with a few players, working very well with Anthony McGill, who'll be paying close attention tonight. Now, Hossein against Jackson is a really fascinating match. Both of them, of course, made their debuts last year. Vafai has had some massive scouts this year. He's beaten Selby at the UK and the Masters. So you reckon that one's on the flip of a coin, but you're going for the Iranian?
Well, I'm going for Hussein purely on his form this season. And Jackson, by his own admission, hasn't had a great season, even though he qualified and played very, very well. Was it last year he lost out to Mark Williams, or was that 2 years ago? But he's qualified. He knows.
Year.
Yeah, it was last year.
13-3 in the last 16.
And he knows. What it takes to get there. But I just have to favour Hussein. I mean, I like Jackson Page. I like him as a player. He's a good guy as well. But Hussein, just on his current form, has to be favoured for me in that match.
Okay, Jimmy Robertson and Anthony Hamilton. Hamilton, I think, I checked this with Hendo. Hamilton is bidding to become the oldest qualifier. I know he made it a couple of years ago, but chose not to take up his place because he had concerns over COVID. But he's bidding to become the oldest qualifier at the Crucible since Steve Davis had that run to the quarters in 2010. But you fancy Jimmy Robertson. Jimmy, I think, has been to the Crucible 4 times, but not for at least 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I just thought Jimmy was playing on the table next to me. He was playing against Ben Mertens. He looked to be playing really well. He was scoring quite freely. Looked to be pretty confident. I didn't see Anthony's match against Oliver Lyons, but obviously it went to the wire. Anthony is a proven quality, top player over the years. He's had a really good career, but I'm just going to favour Jimmy Robertson. I think he's he was be a little bit more confident and probably better form than Anthony Hamilton over the last season for sure.
Now, Ryan Day was furious with himself when he came off the table, despite the fact that he'd won through to Judgment Day. He was appalled at the low quality of his performance and was even kind of hinting about his future in the sport. But you've gone for him against Scott Donaldson. I mean, we have to remind ourselves, he's won one of the major titles this year. He won the British Open. He played brilliantly to beat Mark Allen in Milton Keynes, whatever it was, at the beginning of October. Yeah,
that's right, the British Open. And, I mean, beware of someone who says they're playing crap but are still in the tournament, So there's a lot more to come from Ryan Day. Yeah, he's having a good season. He's had some disappointing performances, but obviously winning the British Open stands out, and getting into the Champion of Champions just outside of the top 16, so automatic qualification just avoided him this time around. But just on current form, you'd have to favour him over Scott Donaldson, who's very capable, has been to the Crucible as well, so he knows what it's all about. But I just think on current form, I think Ryan Day has to be favoured here.
Now, table 7, guaranteed a debutant because neither Pang Junxiu or Xu Se have been there before. And Pang's got to be the favourite, not just because the manner in which he came back at you from 4-0 down, but when you look at what he's achieved, his ladder, his steps are going in the right direction. Quarter-final, semi-final, played brilliantly to get to the final of the Classic and was beaten by Selby, who was on another level. He's ready to take that step up in class, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a close one. As you see, his over the last couple of seasons, getting better and better and get some good results under his belt. Had a good win against Jamie Jones in the last round, but I just think Pang, once again on current form, he's sort of a very complete player, that Pang Zhongzhu, and found it difficult against him with his safety, and his overall game is very, very strong. And I think just on confidence and just current form alone, he has to be favoured for me in this match. But I think it'll be close.
And no one's going to want to draw him if he does make it through on Thursday morning. Bottom left to my right here, Joe Perry, Mark Davis. I mean, journalistically, it's a horrible match because you've got Joe trying to get back to the Crucible for the first time in a few years, on my left rather. Mark Davis fighting to stay on tour, but Joe's got to put that out of his mind. And he is obviously going to be the favourite for that match. Yeah,
exactly. I think he has to be favourite, obviously. But Mark Davis, very capable of beating Joe as well. Like, once again, I think it's going to be close. But I just have to favour Joe Perry. I think he's playing better of the two players. I know they're good friends, and friendship goes out the window once you get on that base. There's a lot at stake for Mark Davis in that match, and that may be too much pressure to handle. But I think Joe Perry overall will just be enough, just have enough to actually beat Mark Davis, but that could go right to the wire.
Now, you say players having a lot at stake and a lot to play for. Andrew Higginson, we know he's not an amateur in terms of his quality. I mean, he took Neil Robertson to a decider in the Welsh Open in 2007, I think. But anyway, at the moment, technically he's playing as an amateur. So if he beats David Grace, as you've suggested, he's got a chance of doing. He gets a tour card and he's back and he's in the groove. Huge amount at stake for Andrew Higginson.
He's on a free roll, isn't he? There's no doubt about it. And there is a lot at stake for him. But, as an amateur coming in, he's on a, he can, loosen up a little bit, and just play freely. He's not playing for his... He's playing for his card in a way, but he's not on the tour. He's not going to lose his card. So, and he may already be on either way. But, it is a big match for him. 2-year card, guaranteed. Crucible, of course, to play there would be sensational. Coming through as an amateur. And I think just because of that story alone, it might give him that inspiration. I think he's been playing really well. He's got some good wins under his belt. David Grace, lovely lad, lovely player as well, and can, beat. He's had some good scalps over the years as well. But I'm just going to favour Higginson. Because of the story, the fairy tale story of it, I'm just going to slightly favour Higginson. But once again, it's going to be a close one.
Well, dare you copy Ken's predictions? He knows a thing or two about this sport. Get them in World Snooker Tour website before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And if you are the closest to getting the full set, then you will be joining us for semi-final Saturday at the Crucible. Now, we've got matches bubbling beautifully towards a brilliant conclusion. Table 1 has been absolutely sensational. They've been knocking in big breaks left, right and centre. Tepchire and Nu bouncing back from 4-1 down, right back in this one. Top quality from both of them. Let's see where they are now. Back to you, Hendo.
Well, it looks like it's going 7 each, Rob. This is an absolute, as you say, belter of a match. Oh, hang on. Tepchire just has lost his way there. He's 56 in front. Not come good on a colour, but he's made 3 centuries in this match. Ricky Walden's had one of his own, so 4 altogether. Real high quality, high scoring fair. Just a question now, with the pressure coming on as we get towards the business end, can they keep going in that vein? Tepchire looking to qualify for a 5th time, and Ricky Walden looking for a 9th appearance. But Tepchire, as I say, that last shot, he just lost his way, and now he's looking at the safety. Yeah, at the end of the afternoon, he won 4 frames in a row. Ricky Walden didn't pot a ball, 479 points without reply. Well, now he's looking at the pink. And he's potted it. Thought he might run away to safety, but has taken the points, 62 the lead, so he's going to need another red.
60.
Just to update you on the other scores while we were away there, it is 6-5 still to Jack Jones over Barry Pinches. That match still going a little... Barry Hawkins, I think. I said Barry Pinches. Barry Hawkins. 6-5 to Jones. 8-5 McGill over Chow Yu Peng. 7-6 Matt Selt over Graham Dott. 6 each Sengam and Zhang Anda. 6 each Fang Zhenghai and Stephen Maguire. 7-6 Chris Wakelin over Wu Yiza, 7-5 Sijia Wee over Jordan Brown.
Well, he's left this red over the corner pocket. Why didn't he? I know he potted the pink, but why didn't he just put a colour safe? And, you know, with a 50-odd point lead, which it was before he took the pink on, I mean, he could have put a colour safe and have a bit of insurance.
Yeah, I mean, you think of a Selby, a Higgins, or indeed yourself, you know, in that situation, you close the shop, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's so... the last thing you want to do is give your opponent a chance. You've got to have some sort... And the funny thing, when you put colour safe and your opponent comes to the table, he knows he needs all the... It immediately has that bit of doubt in his mind, you know, and it immediately puts him under pressure. But if you have all the balls open, even if you're 60 in front of the 67 on or whatever, that player knows if a chance arises, all the balls are there. And that's exactly how Ricky is feeling right now. But as I say that, he misses the easy red. So a relief and a reprieve for Tepchaya. 7-all it looks like if this red goes in.
He walks a high wire, doesn't he, Tepchaya knew, but he's not yet quite fallen off it. Walden knows that was a big opportunity to hit back.
I suppose that's what makes him so good to watch as well, doesn't it? Because, you know, he could pot a pink like that and then play, you know, a very loose safety shot, give his opponent a chance. But Ricky Walden, on this occasion, hasn't taken it. And it looks like we're level once again. 55 in the difference, just pot the black. But look at, this is exactly what I'm talking. So instead of just potting the black and making sure, he could miss the pink, but he probably might pot it. But if he misses the pink, he gives his opponent a chance to come back in again. That's the way he plays. I love it. But, you know, a lot of players wouldn't do the same thing, you know. But that's just the way he plays. It's great. Very refreshing.
Very exciting. And he's going to level it once again. This match could well be heading the distance.
You know, when you see him play like this and you think, well, you wonder, you know, how come he hasn't, you know, at least captured it. There's players that have captured titles that, you know, wouldn't have the same talent as him, but they're just maybe a little bit cleverer, a little bit cuter. But it was amazing talent. Great to watch. And what a match we've been treated to. And indeed the crowd have been treated to on table 1 tonight. Fantastic.
Yeah, and it's good that there is a crowd here as well.
Oh, the crowds have been fantastic. Really. It's great to, you know, when we've gone around to tournaments or qualifiers and it hasn't been any crowds, it's not very inspirational. But, you know, from day one, there's been good crowds in here. There's been great support. And they love the qualifiers. They love the rawness of it, you know, as much as certainly the players appreciate them being here.
Yes, snooker red in tooth and claw. This is proper stuff. And Tepchaya is playing some proper stuff. Okay, he didn't exactly close the frame down, but Ricky Walden didn't take advantage.
40.
Well, there's actually 4 matches have gone to the interval and another one about to. This is Fang Zhengyi and Steve Maguire. Another close one, 6-all, but it looks like it's about to go 7-6 to Fan. Looking to make his debut at the Crucible against a player many people certainly thought would qualify.
52.
Well, when he was 4-0 up there, you thought he was an absolute certainty, but I'll tell you what a commendable performance from this young man, Fang Zhengyi, to go into the lead once again, 7-6.
Yeah, I mean, Maguire's a terrific player, but he's also very imposing. But Fan has not got involved in any of that.
No.
He's playing his own game.
Yeah, good point. He's just played his own game, stuck to what he does best, and he's played some wonderful snooker. Doesn't care about reputations or who he's playing. He's just going out there potting balls like he's in the practice table.
So tomorrow, of course, we've got another 8 matches, including Ryan Day, who won through yesterday. He's going to play Scott Donaldson. It's fair to say, though, that Ryan was not in the best of spirits, really. Wasn't that happy with his win over Ashley Hugel. And after the match, Rob caught up with him to hear what he had to say.
Well, Ryan, not necessarily the prettiest match, but you got the W, and that's all that counts at qualifying.
Yeah, that was just embarrassing is the only word I can muster up. It was just a struggle. We played 18 frames, and yeah, it was just not pretty. We both had chances each frame, multiple chances. So yeah, gonna have to improve on Wednesday.
And I guess you could sense the tension beginning to grow, because it looked at one stage as though it might be a little bit comfortable, 6-3, and then he comes back and he comes back and he comes back, and then you're thinking, hang on a minute, this could go to a decider.
Yeah, I just had a lot of bad thoughts going through my head, and trying my best to keep them at bay and stuff, and yeah, it was just a monumental struggle.
And I guess you know, listen, I know it's a while ago, I was interviewing you with the trophy and the glamorous surroundings. You'd won the British Open. That was this season, although it was a long time ago. That was one of the biggest wins of your career. So it has been a good season overall, but it's starting to feel like that was quite a while ago now.
Yeah, of course. To be honest, I've been saying it for a long time. I just don't know how much more I got left. I'm fed up with playing like that. The odd good match or the odd good tournament is sort of like few and far between, and I'm probably 30 or 40 points worse than when I felt like I could compete on a regular basis.
So are you, I mean, you know, we've got to focus on the fact that you're one match away from returning to the Crucible, but are you in a mindset where you're contemplating retirement, or are you just annoyed because...
No, it's yeah, I think if yeah, look, this year's nearly done, and well, this season's nearly done and dusted. If it's the same next year, I with my ranking, I'd probably be in a couple of events that would be worth my while turning up. But yeah, if it was to carry on like that, then yeah, I think possibly it could be my last season.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's put that to one side for just a moment. You are one match away from returning to the Crucible for the first time since 2018. It's been a while. What would it mean to you to get the chance to walk back down those stairs? Possibly reinvigorate you?
Yeah, possibly. It would certainly. Look, the Crucible is a kind of place where you either thrive and get amongst it, or you can kind of crumble, but that's a long way away, it seems, at the moment. So just focus on Wednesday and then see what happens from there.
Well, you scraped over the line. We'll see you for Judgment Day. Cheers, Ryan.
Cheers.
It's a tough tournament mentally, physically. It's a test of endurance and stamina. When the snooker's on, you definitely start feeling the pressure. You feel like you've got 980 people breathing down your neck, you know. The standard, the quality, the players coming through, it's tough. You either sink or swim here, there's no in between.
The World Snooker Championship live on Eurosport, with every shot live and on demand on Discovery+.
So, back to the action, table 2. This is a very tense match. This is only the third frame of the night. Jack Jones and Barry Hawkins, 6-5 to Jack Jones, 3 points in it. Look at the table, look where the balls are. I'll tell you what sort of frame it's been. Getting tense.
Yeah, getting very tense. And what you'd expect, I mean, we've seen a lot of free flow on snooker already today, but you're going to see a few of these frames for sure as the matches get close, and a lot of them are so close. But there's going to be a few nail biters. There's going to be a few, you know, deciders going right down, and big frames going right down to the colours. That's where experience comes in, and the nerve and the temperament. Playing the right shot, of course. Under pressure. And that's what pressure does to you as well. When you're out there, you know, you don't sometimes have proper clarity. And if you have clarity, you play the right shots, but the pressure can make you play wrong shots as well. That's not only going to make you miss, but it can make you play wrong shots. And that's what these players are faced with, and that's why they have to keep a clear mind, keep in the moment, keep the focus, because the wrong shot can cost you as much as a missed putt.
Just while we watch this, Ken, Ryan Day didn't exactly sound in the best of spirits there. Is that just a reaction to just a poor performance?
Well, you know, we're old in the tooth enough to have heard interviews like that over the years, and then they get a win or two, and then everything is rosy in the garden again. You know, it's easy, you know, to become a little bit dejected, and sometimes, you know, sport is very cruel at times, and it gets you down, and, you know, when things aren't going well or you're not playing your best, you can't play your best all the time, you know, and but when you're, you know, you're not happy with results and you're practicing away, or you know, it's not enjoyable. That's part of being a snooker player. It's part of every sport, but you just have to try and knuckle down and try and enjoy the challenge, you know, of it, even when you're not playing well. Everything is okay when you're playing well. You know, everything seems easy, but it's when you're not playing well where you have to knuckle down and you have to enjoy that challenge just as much. And yeah, I can understand. I can understand where he's coming from. He's a little bit down. He's not playing his best, but you know, you have so much to look forward to. Don't think about giving up the game is gonna help in any way, because you will miss it so much. Believe you me, you should enjoy every single minute of it, because if you do give it up, you know, for sort of a knee-jerk reaction, you will be sorry, you know, for the rest of your life, I feel, you know. So he's still a very young man, Ryan Day, and he's got plenty of years in front of him. He's got to enjoy it, and I hope that he can somehow find enjoyment. Even whether he wins or loses, that doesn't matter. He's got to find enjoyment playing the game.
Well, this frame has got a bit of mileage in it where yellow and green are. Jack Jones lining this one up, 3 points behind. Just want to acknowledge a couple of tweets. We've had Joe watching in Thailand, supporting Tepchar, of course. We've got Michael Adam, who thinks the underrated Robert Milkins could win the World Championship. That'd be a story, wouldn't it? Brian is watching in Salt Lake City, Utah, enjoying the coverage.
Well, the milkman certainly got the bottle for it, that's for sure, you know. Sorry, Dad.
That's a new one, is it?
Whether he delivers or not on time, I don't know.
Ollie,
anyway, there you go.
Ollie in rainy Shropshire, should be studying for my A-levels, but I can't take my eyes off the screen. And reckons Stuart Bingham. You know, so many names being put forward, aren't there? Because he's won it before.
Good shout. Good shout. And he's a big outsider as well, Stuart Bingham, for a past champion. Someone flashed up the odds earlier on Twitter, and Bingham was up to, well, he was outside the 50s, 50-1 outsider. Wow. For someone very experienced, I thought they were great odds. I'm sure you'll have a little each way on Bingham, will you, David? Who would be your pick? Outsider now we're talking about. Someone mentioned Milkman.
Someone I think, I'm not saying he'll win it, but I think will go deep is Ali Carter.
Yeah.
Because he's got previous there, 2 finals, and we know he's playing well again. He's back in the top 16 as a seed. He's deep in tournaments. He's won a tournament in Germany this season, the German Masters. So he's got the sort of temperament for the Crucible.
Totally agree. And you know who's someone I think could go well if he gets on a bit of a run is Jack Lisowski. Did very well last year, beat Robertson, got to the quarterfinals, lost to Higgins, didn't he, by the odd frame? But I think if he gets on a bit of a roll, I think he could be a handful for anybody, Jack Lazowski.
Well, I've got 2 words for you. Joe Johnson. Now, he was a very natural player. Obviously, a Yorkshireman, got a lot of support. But if Jack got on a run, he would get so much support from the crowd, the way he plays.
Yeah, totally agree. Oh, that yellow's just come down nicely for Barry Hawkins there. It was a clever little shot because not only did he get the yellow safe, but have a look at that green. He's knocked the green out purposely off the left-hand side cushion into the open because he's 12 points behind. He's going to need up until including the pink if he gets a chance at the yellow. So puts extra pressure on his opponent here. He's got to get this safe.
This is a bit of a sort of outlier from what we've seen this season. We've seen a lot of breaks, quick frames, but you know you're going to get this. It's a big match for these two. Hawkins trying to extend his run from 2006 every year at the Crucible. Jack Jones trying to get there for the first time.
I'm sorry, it was a miscalculation there. He's only 3 points behind. I thought it was 12. But still, doesn't make any difference. He still needs up to including the pink, Barry Hawkins, if he gets a chance. Trying to hide the yellow with the pink, and it looks like he's played it pretty well. It was a bit dangerous because if he had hit it any harder, he had the snooker. Or he was going to leave it, but Barry Hawkins snookered here. He has come off the top cushion. Good shot there from Jack Jones. Wu Yees has levelled Chris Wakeland 7-all, and he's in the balls on 24.
From 6-3 down.
Yeah. He's not going away, as I said. He's sticking in there. Anthony McGill, 50 points ahead. 8-5 up.
Yeah, this frame is taking a bit of time to resolve itself, so let's go to that match. Anthony McGill that Ken's just mentioned. Yeah, he's made his move, hasn't he, here? He was 3-0 down, so he's won 8 of the last 10 frames.
Oh, that was a nice little... He's trying to avoid those 2 reds, but I think that little kiss has left him on this red. Had a quick look at the scores. Another 2 reds and colours will be enough for stop his opponent coming back to the table. So it looks like for all money, it's going to be 9-5, and very impressive performance from Anthony McGill. Also has Peter Ebden working in his corner.
So this red should secure a 9-5 lead, and Anthony McGill will be 1 away from another visit to the Crucible, where you do not want to draw him if you're a seed. Yeah, he's over the line there, 74 up with 59 on.
56.
So we're going to just drop in on Jordan Brown on table 8. Jordan Brown, who played in the COVID period 2020, so didn't really get a proper debut. There was no crowd. He lost to Mark Selby, rather eerie atmosphere. He's about to make it 7-6, as you can see. Joel Wee took the lead there, but Jordan Brown pegging him back. Another match that could be a very tight finish. See Joe Wee looking to make his debut at the Crucible. Yeah, Jordan Brown's won that frame, so 7-6 as they head off to their interval. But it's a very tight frame on table 2, isn't it? Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones were heading back there. They're still on this green, which Jack Jones has potted, so a chance for 7-5.
Yeah, mistake from Barry Hawkins. Let's have a quick look at the score. Brown and blue just required. Expect them to get it, but anything is missable under this pressure. Yeah, well played.
7.
There'll be no heroics with this blue. We'll be just dropping the blue in, making sure of it. Put him 17 points in the lead, just with 13 remaining. Oh, would you believe it? As I said, anything is missable under this extreme pressure. Thought he did all the hard work with the brown, but just a little bit too close to the cushion for comfort. And what a chance missed. Wow, this could be a turning point. Rob joins us in the commentary. What do you think of that, Rob?
Pure and utter nerves, Ken.
Yeah,
Pure nerves. Dear, oh dear.
And this, you know, okay, he's left the blue over the pocket, but he's using the extension, extended rest. He's got to get a lot of cue power on this, and he's one of the best breast players we spoke about, but he's got to get all the way back to the pink. This cue ball's got to travel almost 12 foot. Well, 13 almost, you would feel. 1 foot down and then 12 back. Watch the cue ball. Oh, he's hit this lovely. It needs to miss the pink. Has it missed the pink? It has. Is he on it? He is. What a shot he's played there. Oh, could be a big turning point here. That was a wonderful shot. Natural angle for the cue ball to get close to the black. Oh, great shot.
11.
Well, Barry Hawkins looked really under pressure. This could be a big turning point, Rob.
Well, you said it, Ken. One shot can change a whole match. He missed the blue to the middle, and Hawkins has shown all his class and experience there. And he should have been 2 frames up, the would-be debutant, but they are all square. And by the way, Wu Yize has recovered from 7-3 down. He's on the verge of a century. He's on 99 to move 8-7 up against Chris Wakelin, who's 3 out of 3 on Judgment Day victory. So Wu Yize, the teenager, is playing brilliantly in that match.
Yeah, amazing how well we spoke about him. He's only 19 and he's one for the future. But I tell you what, he could be one for the present, Rob. This is so impressive.
And that's what the little ripple of applause was. His break is now up to 105. He's got a possible 140 on as we just watch Graham Dopp trying to conjure a way to draw level against Matt Selt in this nip and tuck match that we just feel is destined to go all the way.
Hit that well, Graham Dopp, to get up as far as the pink. That took good cueing. Might play for the red on the black spot here. And just come straight. The drop of the shoulders, he doesn't like it. Just come too straight on the pink. He still has the extreme red of the 6 just to the right of the black. He still has that red that's available. Could take the green and bring the cue ball. Natural angle would be down towards those reds, but I think just drop the pink in, maybe play a red from mid-distance. Is he going to play the red, or is he going to play?
22.
He's going to try and cut this red in. It's close to the black.
Wu Yiza did get the break of 140, by the way, so he is now 8-7 up on Chris Wakelin. Fang Zhengyi 7-6 up on Maguire. Zhang Anda 7-6 up on Noppon Siankam. Tepchire and Ricky locked together at 7 frames apiece. Jack Jones and Barry have gone off at 6 all. McGill is the one who's closest to the winning line. 9-5 up against Cao Yupeng. Remember, he recovered from 3-0 down, going for his 9th consecutive Crucible appearance, and he's just 1 frame away. Well, what a recovery by Wu Yiza from 7-3 down. That break of 140 that's just finished whilst we've been watching the exchanges between Selt and Dot was absolutely magnificent.
No, it's a wonderful long pot from Matt Selt right into the middle of the pocket. Now, what sort of an angle has he got on the black? It's okay. He may be able to get on this red. It's close to the black into the same pocket. May have an angle even to go into the 2 reds above the pink. Yeah, played nice.
Nicely spread for him here, Ken. He is desperate to get back to the Crucible once again, Matt Selt. Missed out last year to Tepchire, 10-7.
Yeah, it's been a tough match, isn't it, for both players all day. Never more than 2 frames in it. 1 or 2 frames have been closely contested. Just having a look, if he leaves the cue ball exactly where it is now, is that red available? It certainly is a little bit further to the right of the spot now, so just screw it back into a more or less the same position, or a little bit further right than where it is now. Is he going to play the cannon into the 2 reds? Oh, Matt. Wow. He looked at the other shot and then he changed his mind. He went down to play the cannon, but another black missed off the spot from Matt Selt.
We saw from that mist blue with Jack Jones just how costly those mistakes can be when you're up against somebody who is incredibly experienced, as Hawkins is on table 2, and as Graham Dott is here on table 4. The balls were all there for Matt Selt. Could have been 8-6. Dott with a chance here to draw level, or is he? And he's furious with himself. Gifted an opportunity by his opponent and failing to capitalise. What a let-off for Matt Selt. He surely wouldn't have been expecting to be back at the table this quickly. Wakelin trailing 8-7. He's first at the table in the next on a break of 16.
let's have a little look around. Maybe go on to table 5. We haven't been there for a little while. Noppon Sangham against Zhang Ande. He's on a 37 break at the moment. It's been a high quality match this, Rob. There's been lots of big breaks. And, you know, Noppon would have been a clear favourite, but Ande Zhang has had some great results already this week. And a lot of centuries as well. He's scoring very, very freely. Another chance of another century here. Break of 45 already. But more importantly, a good chance to open up a 2-frame gap.
And there were hints he may have been ready to produce a performance this big, because he came from 5-2 down against Zhao Guodong and beat him 10-5, 8 frames on the spin. Quarter-finalist in the 6 Reds. Hasn't been at the Crucible since 2016, which is hard to believe, actually. 2010 was his debut, lost to Hendry in a decider. Played Joe Perry in 15, lost 10-4. And Hawkins in 2016, so he's waited a long time for this chance to get back to the sport's biggest stage. And he would have been second favourite for this match on paper, because you and I have seen Noppon Siankam storming to the British Open semis and the World Grand Prix semi-finals. And how well did he play in the second round there to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan? That was one of the great performances. Went for an incredibly brave pink. So Noppon Siankam is growing in confidence and self-belief, but this is an equally impressive, if not more so, performance by Zhang Ande, trying to turn back the clock in style and make his first appearance at the Crucible in 7 years. And he's going to move, all being well from his perspective, he's going to move to within 2. Wakelin's broken down in the 16th frame, so it's Wu Yize back at the table. Remember, Yize has recovered from 7-3 down and leads 8-7. We'll have a little look at that one shortly when we see Zhang Ande get over the line in this frame, and he's almost there.
Yeah, 66 ahead. Red will be 67, and of course may play for blue after this red. That will be enough, but he'd like to continue on the break here. Oh, well, as I said, frame ball. Frame ball. That's tension, pressure, whatever you want to call it. And that's Judgment Day nerves. That's exactly what that is. What a chance for Noppon. And what a chance. What a steal it would be. Decided to play for the red into the left centre pocket. We'll be hoping to get a nice angle maybe on the black one, potting this red, that he could hopefully go into the 3 reds just beneath the pink. Yeah, nice shot. As he got the angle, looks like if he doesn't have the angle, he can play for the loose red, but looks like he has enough of an angle to go into the 3 reds, just stun up into them. And if he misses them, he could still be on the red, just to the left of the bunch. Oh, that's what he's missed them, but he's still on the red. So a bit further than away than he would have liked, though, and slightly hampered by the green.
Awkward shot, this. Matt Selt 8-6 up. Hawkins and Jack Jones tied at 6 apiece. Ricky Walden just about to get himself 8-7 up against Tepchaya Unnu. What a fantastic match that has proved to be from both of them. Superb break building and then counter clearances from Ricky Walden. It's been a brilliant match over on table 1. Wu Yiza's on a break of 37. Remember, he's recovered from 7-3 down. He's just produced a brilliant 140 to go 8-7 up. And he's in the driving seat here to move to within a single frame of a fantastic victory.
Oh, it's hotting up all around. This English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield at the World Championship qualifiers. Big shot this for An De Jong. Frame ball, you will feel. Ah, beautiful. Lovely, lovely shot. Nicely on the black as well. He just played a black and probably played a cue ball into the bulk area. 51 points in the lead, 51 on the table, but this black should give him enough points to secure this frame and go 8-6 ahead. No. Wow. It's amazing. You could put a great red like that, Rob, and then miss the black off the spot. You know, the more important one. Okay, the first one was important, of course it was, but the black almost guaranteed him the frame. But now he still has to go through the ringer a little bit. 51 ahead, still 51 remaining.
Yes, let's jump around if we may, guys. Let's head over to table 7. Wu Yiza just about to move to within 1 of the winning line against Chris Wakelin. If we can get over to table 7, and we get a glimpse of the 19-year-old turning the screw on Chris Wakelin, who has a phenomenal record on Judgment days and was looking pretty comfortable. 6-3 up.
6-3 and yeah. I think he might have been 7-3, was he? At
yeah.
One stage? Yeah, yeah. What a performance. I said look out for this young boy. Didn't know whether he was going to get through. I thought Chris Wakelin had to be favourite to get through tonight. It might have been a step too far for him being so young, but I tell you what, he's shown real quality and looking the stronger, looking very, very confident. What a story this would be. Left-handed. I see him practicing left-handed every single day, you know. He plays for about an hour doing lineups down in the Ding Junhui Academy. Very impressive performance so far. He's not there yet. One more frame. It's always the hardest one to win, they say. But this boy is some player.
Well, I mean, he's followed up a nerveless 140 with a fabulous break here. This for a century on the nose. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Wu Yiza. He's one away from by far the biggest victory of his career. The 15,000 he's earned just to get to this stage is already the biggest payday of his life. Extraordinary. Right, let's quickly go back to table 4 then. That's Selt and Graham Dott. Selt 8-6 up. He's edging closer to a big win over a man who's contested 3 world finals. Champion, of course, twice a runner-up. Cao Yu Peng, by the way, has now reduced the arrears to Anthony McGill. He was 9-5 down. It's now 9-6. Jack Jones is in the balls on a break of 19 against Barry Hawkins, having looked like he was going to move 2 frames up. Hawkins has pegged him back to 6 apiece, but Jones, the young Welshman, hoping to make it another debutant through to the Crucible. He's at the table at the moment.
Let's head back over to table 5. We saw he was 51 ahead. He's missed the black off a spot. Now he's in a snooker. And now his opponent can win. And he's knocked the pink in. No, oh, and he, oh my goodness. It's all gone wrong. It's okay. He hasn't left the red, but Wow. Now the difference is only 41 from 51 points. How things can change around very, very quickly. That missed black, Rob, off the spot. When there was just 3 reds left, he's 51 ahead. He's potted a long red and the Zhang. He's missed the black off the spot. And it's cost him. Have a look at this again. Knocking the pink in. And now. Oh.
It looked like the frame was done and dusted.
Yeah. Now, does this red pass the black? If it does, what a chance for an up-on. Logo just getting in his way slightly, but, well, this is a brave shot to take on. He's got to hit cushion first. It doesn't go in cleanly into the pocket, so he's got to play this in off the black. You have to be so accurate here. It's missable, this. Yeah, it's cost him, is it? Oh, no, maybe not. Wow. Yeah, he's put his hand up. That's unbelievable. It's quite incredible what can happen, isn't it, on a 12-by-6 table. You know, when you talk about it, the balls never forgive you. You miss a pot that you should get, and then everything goes wrong after that for you, and you don't get any luck, you know, and it's just everything seems to turn against you. That's exactly what's happening at the moment for Ander Zhang.
And somehow, Noppon Siankam is hanging on here. It's only a 1-frame deficit. Should be 2. He should be 8-6 down, but the frame is still alive. Matt Selt, 8-6 up on Graham Dott on a break of 31. Cao Yu Peng has reduced his arrears from 9-5 to 9-6, and it's the very early stages of the next. He's at the table on a small break, and Jack Jones is in command of the next against Barry Hawkins. But remember, he's been pegged back. Beautiful pot. He's been pegged back to 6 apiece. But how good was that from Zhang Anda? Needed it and wants to turn the screw finally in this frame and get his hands on that seemingly elusive 8-6 lead. Big moments in this match.
Well, that was a wonderful shot into the right centre for Ander Zhang.
Fan Shengyi is 8-6 up on Stephen Maguire. Jack Jones is now on a break of 47. Hawkins got in with a 20 to begin with, so Jack Jones seems as though, well, winning the next frame would be the best way to put the disappointment of that missed blue to the middle out of his mind. Si Xiaohui is 7 apiece with Jordan Brown, but he is at the table in the 15th on a break of 15. So this is over this frame. Why don't we head over to table 1, Tipchaya Anu and Ricky Walden.
And what a fascinating match that is. On table 1, both players are scoring very, very freely and very quickly indeed. Tipchaya in the balls, 8-7 down. Chance to draw level once again. Such a high quality match this has been.
In fact, Ken, it's been so good from both of them. Whoever wins this, neither will be a welcome draw for the top 16 because, you know, I mean, that little spell of breaks that Tipchaya put together when he was 4-1 down, 80, 1-4-2, 96 and a 1-2-3. It just seemed effortless. When he clicks and when he's in the mood and when he cuts out the silly mistakes, he's absolutely mesmeric to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, without a doubt. This is a big shot, though. He's got to get this. Yeah, he's got a good shot. There's a bit of pressure on that because if he misses it, not only could he leave the red he was taking on, but he's definitely leaving that red over the left centre. So a chance now. Just slowing down a little bit, not by much. But just taking his time. It's a massive frame. All frames so important now as they get closer to the winning line. But a chance to level up once again.
30.
I don't know how many deciders we had last year, Dave. We'll have to consult the almanac very soon again. But over Judgment Day, the 16 matches, I don't know how many deciders, but you know, we could see a few deciders just tonight alone. A lot of matches very, very close.
36.
Yeah, it's getting very exciting, isn't it? And Chow Yupeng looking to extend this match, as you've been saying. Tepchai and Nu in this frame looking to level up as well, 8 each. So it could be, as you say, decider city later on, just as we like it.
Yeah. We might just stick with this match just to see if he gets over the line from this
44.
From this break. 20 points in the lead. Still a bit of work to do.
The thing is, whoever loses will have played really well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, the performance, sometimes the qualifying, it's just getting the win, but they both really play well.
Yeah, I mean, you could win your match and qualify for the Crucible without playing your best.
51.
You know, you just scrape through and just do enough, you know, 40, 50 breaks. But this match has been just of high quality from both players. And whoever does lose it will, you know, feel a little bit aggrieved, of course, and disappointed because they played so well. But the other guys just outscored them. Oh, another good pot. Still not at the winning line just yet in this frame. 28, wrong side of the black. Having a look at the red, just to the left of the pink, there's a pot into the right centre pocket. Looks like there's a gap into that right centre. He's having another look and must be pretty tight. That's what he's hoping to get on. Just screw the cue ball back off the black. No, he couldn't have played it any better. 35.
59.
The difference. Red colour, red. Lovely. Very nice. Yeah, lovely little cannon on the pink. And that should be enough. We could have another century here.
67.
I don't know how many centuries been in this match, but there's been a few.
At least 4.
Yeah.
68.
Yeah, it's been, well, the match of the day so far, certainly, in terms of quality. Ricky Walden's more than played his part, but it's become now a best of 3. Yeah, Tepchai has had 142, 123, 130. Ricky Walden's had a 130 as well, so this would be his 4th and the 5th of the match.
76.
We just watched the end of this to see if he makes another century. Frame already won, but just great to watch from Tepchai and Neil.
He's just yellow, but a fine 87 from Tepchai and Nu. 8 all, and that is a real thriller. Now then, Anthony McGill, 9-6. Of course, it was 9-5. Chow Yupeng was won the last frame. He's in front in this one by 25.
22.
Well, that brown, Dave, I mean, he's played 2 shots and 1 off the brown. He's tried to maybe go into the pack. If he misses the pack, he could be on that red on the left-hand side. He's knocked the red in with the rest, and now a chance. If he splits these 4 reds, needs a good split, and he's got it. What a shot that is.
Well, absolutely. That could be a match winner. He's got them where he wants them to become our first qualifier in 2023.
Big moment here for Anthony McGill. He's played superbly well. From 3-0 down, looked all at sea. Cazoo Peng totally dominating, but he responded in tremendous fashion.
Yeah, he made a century in the 4th frame, so that really got him going. And he's had 7 half centuries since. He could be the first man into the hat. He would also, I suspect, be the last man the seeds want to come out when the draw is made. Because we know his pedigree at the Crucible.
Yeah, one of them in anyway, for sure. There's a few in there that the seeds won't like, let me tell you. But Anthony McGill is definitely one of them. He's getting close. 2 reds in the open. Not much to do with the cue ball. And he's just playing very freely. I mean, just the way he's walking around, he's strutting around, stroking the ball in nicely.
44.
Just looks in total control.
That's the word, I think. When McGill is feeling good, playing well, he is in control of his emotions, of the table, of everything.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mystery why he doesn't seem to play this well in a lot of the other tournaments, but the World Championship does seem to suit him.
50.
Now, what does he play on here? Does he just play for the pink and leave a nice angle, or does he screw up for a ball colour? Screwing up for the ball colour, playing for the green, and that looks pretty good. And the reason he screw up for a ball colour, because it gives yourself choices. You go a little bit too far, he's on the brown there or the yellow. He's just got 3 colours there to play on, so you put it in a position. But I tell you what, he hasn't hit that too good. And he's left himself a little bit to do here. He's got to play this with a lot of check, a lot of right-hand side to slow the cue ball down. I see him digging down on the cue ball. This could be missed. No, very nice. Held the cue ball beautifully.
Yeah, again, very cool. When he'd gone slightly wrong, just steeled himself, and now he's, what, 13 in front, so he needs green and brown. Big moments for the Scotsman. He started the season in the top 16, fell out, which meant he had to come to qualifying. He had a 10-9 win from 9-7 down against John Astley in the last round. He could have been out by now. But Anthony McGill, little tap on the table, because that's match ball. He's going to be back at the Crucible.
Very, very impressive.
And we will hear from him in due course once he's gathered his thoughts. He'll be the first man into our studio. He was 3-0 down, but he turned it round in style. That's a great win for Anthony McGill, the first qualifier for this year's World Championship. He's in the hat for Thursday's draw. Now, can Wu Yiza join him? Of course, he would be making his first appearance. He's had back-to-back centuries in this match against Chris Wakelin to lead 9-7. He was 7-4 down. As we pick it up, he's gone in off, but exciting times for him as well. What's that feeling like, Ken, when you've got the qualifier match out the way?
Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. More of relief than anything, as some of the players have said. This is one of the toughest matches that you're ever likely to play as a professional, is to get to the Crucible. So much at stake. You just want to be there, part of the tournament. A lot of pressure. Some players, you know, trying to get there for the very first time. I remember my very first time against Cliff Wilson all those years ago in Preston Guildhall. And I eventually got through, but just the elation, the excitement of walking out into the Crucible Arena, down through those. Well, you've watched players over the years, you know, some of your heroes, some of the great matches, and you've watched it on television from a very, very young age, and just your dream was always to be a part of that. And for that to come true for some of these lads is very, very special.
Well, we're just going to quickly leave this table and just show you table 6, because Fang Zhengyi, who's also trying to make his debut, he's really putting Stephen Maguire under pressure there. He's 8-6 up. And, well, he's 62-0 up in the next. We're just going to jump in before we speak to Anthony. This is Fang Zhengyi. He's basically a couple of pots away here from a 9-6 lead. In fact, this pink, and it will be snookers required. So Steve Maguire's got to win the last 4. So we're going to hear from our first winner. I'm sure he's delighted. Anthony McGill is speaking with Rob Walker.
What a player, and what a way to do it. Anthony, you've come from behind in the first match you played from 9-7 down to win a thriller, and you came from 3-0 down today. You showed all your class and composure, and you will be at the Crucible. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, it's easier to come from 3 behind if it's only 3-0 first to 10 rather than 9-7 first to 10. So, no, I wouldn't call it a comeback today, but of course you're right. I got off to a bad start, and yeah, Yupeng looked like he was much better, but something changed. I'm not quite sure what, but I managed to come out 6-3, which was, I mean, I took 5-4 down, you know, but 6-3 up, I couldn't believe it.
So did something just click?
Yeah, I was struggling with the table. I mean, it was tough. It was really tough for a new cloth. It was so slow. I couldn't get the spin on the white. No grip on the bed to get the spin on to play the shots, and it was kind of rolling off as well. It was so difficult. And the first 4 frames, I kind of lost my head. To be honest, I kind of lost my head the whole match with the table. Unfortunately, not too professional of me, but I tried to just enjoy the match. After 3-1 down, I thought, right, I can't control this. I'll accept that it's going to wind me up, but I'll just try and enjoy, you know, being here. You know, these are the days you look back on. I know you don't want to be in the qualifying rounds, but still, it's an occasion, and you know, you look back on it. So I tried to enjoy it as much as I could, and that probably helped me.
And that's a great achievement. You're through to your 9th consecutive Crucible. I can't believe it's back in 15. When you came out, you were smiling at everyone and stormed your way into the quarterfinals. You've played an epic semi-final. You are a danger man at the Crucible. You've proven time and time again that is a stage on which you can be nerveless and prove great snooker.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to playing again. I mean, it's as a privilege. It is a privilege to play there. You know, that's the historical venue in our sport. But you know, ultimately, I'm in the last 32 of a ranking event. It's nothing new. I want to go further. So you know, I'll enjoy tonight because it's an achievement to come through these rounds. I mean, you don't just get the highest 16 players here just getting through. It's extremely difficult. And I think it's the 5th time I've qualified, which is a great record. So I'll enjoy tonight, but I'll have my sights set on doing some damage.
And how much of a difference has it made having Peter Ebdon working with you? Because I bumped into him a day and a half ago, and he was saying, listen, I think he's in great nick. The comeback from 9-7 down was fantastic. There's a lot more where that came from. And if he can make it to the Crucible, I think he could have a really big year. How much has he helped?
Well, Peter's done everything. He's done everything I want to do in the game, you know. And yeah, he's been there, done it, got a T-shirt and got everything out of his ability. And just, there's nothing... If there's anything about the game that Peter doesn't know, it's not worth knowing, you know. So to have someone like that backing me and believing in me and helping me, and it's good. But ultimately, I've still got to go out and pot the balls. But it's certainly a help to have him.
And listen, none of the 16 will want you because you're match sharp. You've come from behind in a couple of encounters, and you've got a great record at the Crucible. Is there anybody you would particularly like to play or avoid, or you don't care who comes out the other bag against your name on Thursday at 8:45?
I'd rather not play John because you know, it's kind of awkward. You know, it's always kind of weird playing tournaments against players that you practice with. So I'd like to avoid John, and yeah, I don't like playing Stephen either. So although I know he's qualifying, but just in general, you kind of don't want to play the players that you practice with. Aside from that, no, I'm happy to. I think I can beat anyone, and I think anyone there can beat me. So that's it.
Well, listen, many congratulations. You are the first man to make it through the cauldron of Judgment Day. Anthony McGill's name will be in the draw 5 Live Thursday, just before 9 o'clock. Hendo, let's find out who else is edging ever closer to this dramatic, sensational finish line.
Well, it could be Matt Selt, Rob, the next man into the studio, because 9-6 up against Graham Dott, 22-0 up. We were promising deciders in this match, but you know, it doesn't always go how you're going to think. And tonight, Selt has taken control. So now it's about trying to close this out.
Yeah, it's been a hard-fought match, hasn't it? From two great match players. Selt want to try and keep things very simple here. He's trying to pick off a few of the loose reds here and just build up a little lead. But, you know, there's could play into the pink here. I mean, it's a big target. Okay, there is a gap between pink and the 3 reds left, and he could fit through the gap. But if he played at just medium pace, or even play for the red through the gap, the red just directly above the black, if he played on that red, that wouldn't be a bad choice. He'd have a choice of reds if he got a full ball contact on that red. But he's gone down for the loose one just behind the black, close to this bottom left-hand corner pocket. He's trying to pick off some reds here and just try and build a lead. But he might have been better served, just taking a chance and going into maybe the pink. Sometimes you can be a little bit too precise, Dave, you know, and you're trying to pick off reds and then you end up a little bit straight like he did on that red, and trying to force it in and missing it. Missed opportunity. He's got the cover on the blue, but he's missed his opportunity to win the frame match from that position.
Yeah, so he's going to have to wait for another chance to get that one. That's a close match going on over on table 5. Noppen Senkarm, another player quite widely tipped actually to qualify. Got to the second round last year. He's 8-6 down, but a couple of balls from 8-7 here against Yang Andrew. He needs yellow and green. So this green needs to put everything into. Had a tough match actually. Martin O'Donnell, who of course beat Jimmy White. He beats him though 10-6. The Minister of Defence, as they call him. And in goes the green. Little round of applause from the crowd because they know that it's now snookers required. 2 of them on the brown, and he's on the brown. So I think we can chalk that one up to Noppen Senkarm. There's a lot of interest, of course, on table 1. It's been a belting match. We've had a lot of big breaks, including 4 centuries in total. And here we are, Ken, 8 each.
Yeah. Tepchaya has just had a bit of a rash one there and a red.
Yeah, they're the breaks in the match. Walden a 130. Tepchaya 142. Remember, he's got the 145 already, the highest break of the tournament. A 123 and a 130 as well.
Just had a quick glance at the score there, Ricky. 5 points in the lead. So the loose reds, apart from those 2 reds that are close to the right-hand side cushion, the loose reds will be enough with certainly some high-value colours to leave Tepchaya needing a snooker. And that's why he'll just concentrate on. He's already had a quick look at the reds up in the bulk area. Once again, another look at the scoreboard.
16.
13 in the lead. Red and black 21. He'll need another 22 points from the 3 reds and 3 colours That's what's going through his mind. He's doing his little bit of maths.
17.
He's gone up for pink, but he could have played that a little bit better. Oh, he's missed the pink. Oh. Yeah, he didn't get on the pink well enough, did he? What a chance. What a chance.
For all the breaks, we're coming down to the boil in this one, and nerves are playing a part, and you can see Ricky Walden's reaction. So Tepchire still with some work to do there in that frame. But Matt Selt has got another chance to get it won, but nerves playing a part there as well. Here he is, because he was in initially. It would be a very good win, of course, over a former champion in the shape of Graham Dott. But he knows you've got to finish him off, because Graham Dott can come back at you strongly.
Yeah, and you know Graham Dott, he never gives up. He's very gritty, very determined, tenacious character. Great qualities as a snooker player. Oh, nervy one from Matt.
It's now 9-8 Wu Yizer over Chris Wakelin. Chris Wakelin's won the next frame. Oh, well, there's nerves aplenty on that table. That's got a bit left to go, I suspect, that frame. Interesting. Si Jiahui and Jordan Brown, it's 7 each. Si Jiahui looking to make it 8-7. Well, in fact, he's already 30 in front, so he should be okay. Brown for security. He's looking to make his debut. Very dangerous player. And it's going to be 8-7 to him. So let's go back to Tepchire and Ricky Walden. We left it a moment ago when Ricky broke down.
Yeah, Miss Black from Tepchire into the left middle pocket, left Ricky a red. He's potted the red, so he's on the blue. But how is he going to get on this red here? 4 cushions. No, he's just played for the double. Not a bad choice, particularly with the pink over the corner pocket. Risky double, though. You're always unsure of where the red's going to finish. If you miss it, I mean, it could come off the knuckle, it could come back into play, you could leave it. Is he taking the double on? He's played for it. He's gone for the double. It's not there. Oh, it is. It just crept in. Wow.
On such fine margins, yes, matches are sometimes decided.
Yeah. It was a brave shot, and he played it really well. Now, how does he get on the yellow here? He's got to cut the pink in, avoid the right middle pocket, across the table, back again for the yellow into the green pocket. That's what he's looking at. So just before the middle pocket, and enough pace to get back over for the yellow. I mean, he's got to avoid the middle pocket and avoid the yellow pocket as well. Plenty of pace. It's not a bad effort. Needs to bounce off the cushion, though.
13.
He's got a slight angle, but I tell you what, this takes nerves. This is a nervy one, this yellow into the green pocket. He's got a slight angle and get on for the green into the middle or even into the yellow pocket. But this has to be cued. Lots of pressure on this. Lots of pressure on it. Has he got away with it? Oh, I tell you, he has. He's got away with it big time. It could have been left very easily for a snooker. What's he going to play, Tepchoya? He's got to be careful here. If he tries to get the cue ball down behind the brown, he's got to avoid the yellow with the black. Is he playing the double? That double wasn't on to me. It didn't look on. It did not look on. And how lucky has he been? Oh my goodness. Ricky Walden stopped in his tracks. For all money, he thought he was going to be on the yellow, but he snookered.
Yeah, for all the breaks we've seen, and we've seen plenty, these sort of frames psychologically play such a part in terms of how the players stand up to it.
You gotta love these frames, don't you? You know, you do.
But it's all part of the mix, isn't it? And that's
Yeah.
the thing with the sport. You know, we have so many different types of frames, and it's all part of the heady stew.
Yeah, you can have century breaks, and you can have frames where a guy makes 60, the other guy clears up the win on the black with 61 or whatever. But these frames, the battle, the strategy, and of course the nerves on the colours, well, you can't beat it. Very intriguing. Love it. You gotta love it. Chris Wakeland's pulled one back. It's 9-8. He's holding on.
Well, he's caught the green. The yellow's gone in. Well, like you say, one of those frames, but it was a foul.
Well, what does he do here? Does he take this yellow on? I think he's got to. If he puts the yellow, he'll be on the green. He could put him back in, but well, it might be worth taking. I mean, he doesn't refuse an awful lot. It's an acute angle, but he knows that if he knocks it in, he's on the green. What a brave shot this would be if it goes in. No, but he's got safe.
Okay, well, that frame's going to take a bit of resolving, but Fang Zhengyi is potentially closing in on victory over Stephen Maguire. Still a lot of work to do, but he's 9-6 up, and as you can see at the table here, very interesting player, isn't he? He sort of came out of nowhere last season to win that European Masters, beat Ronnie O'Sullivan 10-9 in the final. Went a bit quiet this season, but he's coming back to life at the right time of the campaign. Looking to book his Crucible debut this evening. 40 points in front here. Oh, good pot to keep the break going.
$39.
Shows his intent, the fact he's taken that blue on like that. Well, it looks like he's not actually on a red, so it was a good pot, but he has lost his way. He's going to have to wait for another chance. So, table one, and well, it's getting crazier and crazier, this match. This frame has been a bit of an epic. In goes the black. Ricky Walden has the rest out. 17 to the good. Looking to go 9-8 up.
Yeah, it's a natural angle to miss the brown when potting this yellow and just get on the green into the same pocket. Good shot. Green to go 22 ahead with 22 left. Tepchaya can't bear to look. Yeah, good shot. Brown to make sure of it. He's only 22 ahead, still 22 remaining. Brown will secure the frame for sure. Oh, well played.
Yeah, so that frame should be his. 2 snookers required. So Fang Zhengyi, we saw him with an initial chance to get it one on table 6. He's got another one now. And it would be a great scout, wouldn't it? Stephen Maguire's been ever present at the Crucible since 2004.
Ricky Walton, 9.
Fang Zhengyi, as I did say a moment ago, is closing in on victory.
60.
And Matt Selt has beaten Graham Dott 10-6. That finished very suddenly, actually. So Selt the second qualifier. Will Fang Zhengyi be the third here? It looks like it. 62 in front. So snooker's needed. This is a big win, isn't it? Steve Maguire's going to miss the Crucible for the first time in 20 years.
Yeah. And what a win it has been for Fang Zhengyi. He was 4-0 down, remember. He's won 10 of the next 12 frames. Incredible performance. And what a debut for Fang Zhengyi. Amazing performance.
Yeah, he's shown great attitude. He's shown great attitude. 4-0 down. His head didn't drop. Quite the opposite.
28.
So we have our first debutant in this year's World Championship. Big disappointment for Steve Maguire. Many people's fancy to qualify. He will not be there this year. Fang Zhengyi has done the job 10-6 and he's won 10 of the last 12 frames. Yeah, real disappointment obviously for Maguire to end his season here. Now this is table 8. This is another close one. 8-all, CJOE and Jordan Brown.
44.
Sorry, 8-7 it is to CJOE.
Yeah, wonderful chance here, isn't he? To go 9-7, 2 up with 3 to play.
45.
I don't think there's any loose reds available in that little cluster of 5. So would he play the cannon? Just try and clip the left one of the 5. The extreme left. Just nudge that out of the way. Now he's gone into the middle. How's his look? Oh, it's not too bad. It's okay, but I think Rob has got somebody very interesting in the studio.
Yeah, Matt Selt has qualified. Let's hear what he's got to say.
What a victory. No mean feat, Matt Selt, to knock out a former world champion, and you are back at the Crucible for the 4th time. Many congratulations on coming through Judgment Day.
Thank you very much. It was a funny old game.
Well, I mean, it was a horrible draw for both of you on paper, and horrible was the word Graham Dott used to describe how it feels to come through Judgment Day. And I guess some people would say he's past his best, but you would have known when you looked at the draw and you saw him as the opponent blocking your path to the Crucible, you knew that was going to be a tough match.
Absolutely. You know, whether he's past his best or not, Graham knows how to win. But I could tell from early on he wasn't fully fit, and I asked him if he was okay, and he actually had a problem with his shoulder. So, you know, I felt a bit bad for Graham, to be honest. But, you know, I still had a job to do to try and win, and, you know, I had copious amounts of luck, and I'm delighted to have had it, because it's been a while since I've relied on a bit of fortune to let me win a game, but it definitely played a big part in that match.
And I remember when I spoke to you 2 years ago when you came through Judgment Day to book your third appearance at the Crucible, you said to me then, I am too good a player to have only made it to the Crucible 3 times. So here you are. I know you didn't make it last year, but here you are, 2 years out of 3. You have come through Judgment Day and you're racking up some good experience.
Yeah, well, if that's what I said 2 years ago, then I've grown up a lot since then, because, you know, statements like that need backing up, and as of yet I haven't really backed it up. So, you know, 2 years ago when I qualified, I played fantastic snooker against Nigel Bond from 5-2 down, and then against Scott Donaldson. I mean, I played as good as I probably could. I went to the Crucible and it was an absolute waste of time. You know, this time I struggled over the line. I played well against Peter to go 8-3 up, struggled to get over the line there, and, you know, didn't play particularly good in that match there. Graham let me off the hook, and it was a pretty scrappy affair. So, you know, if I played really well qualified last time and played terribly, I'm hoping this time I played terribly to qualify and play well at the Crucible.
And, you know, is there a part of you, you know how hard it is to get to the Crucible. You've been a pro and a top pro, and you've won the Indian Open. Still the reigning champion, because we haven't gone back to India since. Will you be able to enjoy the experience? Do you try and savour being back?
I'll be able to enjoy it this time.
Event?
I'll be able, because I know that my little boy will be watching me. You know, Spencer's too young to understand what's going on. You know, it'd be a proud moment for me to walk out in front of Parker. You know, I'll be watching the television, and I will enjoy it. You know, I've always been the same at the venues. I need to settle, and if I settle, I can play really well. You know, I've scored really heavy this year, albeit in the Championship League for the majority of it. But that actually stood me in good stead today, to be honest, because I didn't play particularly good. Maybe subconsciously I was nervous, but I didn't feel nervous at all. I made quite a lot of mistakes. For whatever reason, I don't know, but the other 3 times I've qualified, I've been ecstatic. It's been great, but this time, you know, I've qualified, and that's great. You know, I qualified for the UK. It's the same kind of feeling, really. It's just pretty. I wouldn't say null and void, but you know, I don't really watch many snooker interviews anymore. But I listened to what Anthony McGill had to say the other day. I come across it, and you know that. He hit the nail on the head. If you're going to struggle to qualify here, you're not going to do anything at the Crucible, especially over 19 against the best players in the world. So that kind of made me feel at ease, to be honest, because it's kind of like if you're playing bad and you don't feel like you're going to win, then it's pointless getting there anyway, if you understand what I'm saying. So that was a good interview for me to listen to. You know, I like Anthony, he speaks a lot of sense, and yeah, I feel like that helped me in that match.
And it sounds like there's a real maturity to your thinking these days.
I would just say calmness, to be honest. You know, I'm so... I don't know, I have to be careful what I say, but, you know, snooker's not at the forefront of my mind anymore. It really isn't. I love playing. I practice hard as I ever done, but it's not in the top 2 or 3 things in my life anymore. And, you know, there was a time where I said if I dropped off the tour, I'd retire, etc., etc. And I kind of said that a bit in jest, but a bit if it happened, then, you know, you've got an excuse. But now, you know, I'm playing, and I'm just playing, to be honest. You know, you're going to get nervous when you get closer towards matches, towards the finishing line, but there's no real ecstatic excitement, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm going to look over the moon. Oh, so I'm going to feel over the moon when I go to walk out the Crucible, and I'm going to, you know, I'm going to crap myself as I'm walking down the stairs. That all stuff, that's a great stuff. But when it comes to the overall picture of, you know, winning a match to get to the Crucible, you know, that it doesn't really. Coming here was to qualify was the goal, and, you know, I've achieved that. I'm not going to, you know, be too happy about that. I don't want to sound ridiculous, because there's loads of people that want to get there, but that's just how I feel.
Yeah, well, listen, you know, you've been around a long time, and you've earned the right to walk down the stairs for the 4th time. Will you watch the draw? Yeah,
of course. Yeah. Hey, listen, I don't want to play it down too much. You know, I'm really looking forward to playing back at the Crucible, because I know if I play my best up, what I'm capable of, I'll be looking at the draw. Yeah, there's a couple of people I want to avoid, and 14 people I want to play. So we'll see who I get.
Okay. What, O'Sullivan being one of them?
I can't tell you there, Rob. I can't tell you.
Right,
just in case the old warm balls come out.
Okay, Matt Selt, what a character. We will see him at the Crucible, and we will hear his name coming up against who? We don't know, but there are two he wants to avoid. Matt, many congratulations.
Cheers, Rob. Appreciate it.
You've come through some brutal snooker. Matt Selt has made it through to the Crucible. Who's next, Hendo?
Well, while you were talking there, Rob Wu Yiza has done it. The debutant, just 19. He's going to be walking out at the Crucible. What an achievement.
Oh, what an achievement. Well, I said look out for him. He's a prodigious talent and a very diligent worker as well. But what a performance. I mean, to beat Chris Wakelin, who's having his best season as a professional. He's never lost a Judgment Day qualifier, but he has to the 19-year-old who deservedly takes his place. Another debutant, another Chinese debutant at the Crucible. What a story.
He was 7-4 down. He had back-to-back centuries. Now then, Barry Hawkins is fighting hard here. 7-6 down to Jack Jones. I guess the question is, will experience in this match tell when it needs to at the death?
Yeah, Jack Jones missed the black off a spot to let Barry in.
35.
He lost that previous frame as well, where he could have, gone. Well, 8-5 up. So it's getting very tense out there. Very, very tense.
36.
And this is what these qualifiers are all about. It's all about, you know, the composure. Not thinking too far ahead of what's in store if you do qualify. It's just trying to stay in the moment, trying to be composed, stay in the moment, keep the game simple. Don't overcomplicate, don't overthink things.
43.
It's easier said than done, believe me. I've been there lots of times and it doesn't get any easier. But it's just trying to stay in that moment. It's so difficult when you're under pressure and you want it so much.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's feeling it, but Hawkins has got more experience of playing big matches. He's played them at the Crucible, he's played finals, he's won tournaments. So that may give him the edge at this stage, we'll see. Looks good here to level up at 7 each. So we've got 3 qualifiers so far. Anthony McGill, Matthew Selt and Wu Yiza. And of course also Fang Zhengyi. So in fact, that's 4.
The red is on the left-hand side of the table. It's okay for a left-hander. Just get in behind it off this black. That looks pretty good. Quick glance at the score.
59.
Red and black will be enough, but you want to keep his opponent in the chair.
30. 60.
Good break this from Barry Hawkins. Shown a lot of character here. These last couple of frames.
67.
He's gotten right back in this match.
69.
Yeah, a bit of calmness restored to his game. And I mean, earlier on he punched the table, which he's probably the last player here you'd expect to do that, but just shows you how much it means. Yep, we haven't, from the interviews we've heard so far, you wouldn't exactly say McGill and Selt were sort of over the moon, but maybe it's just kind of just relief, really, that actually getting over the line.
Yeah.
They'll be excited enough on Saturday when it starts.
I mean, you know, there's some players, if they qualify, you know, they'd be jumping up and down, and yeah, they've been very calm. Maybe just, you know, coming off the table under pressure, just the initial, it's maybe take a little while to sink in.
Well, with table 5 now, Zhang Anda leading 8-7 against Noppen Senkan with a chance here for 9-7, a good one. He's played 3 times at the Crucible, never won a match there.
Well, that would be a good one. I mean, if another Chinese player maybe get to the Crucible, what's the most from one nation have we had? I mean, China will be well represented at the Crucible this year for sure. Already Ding Junhui is there, and of course we've had Wu Yizi, Fan Zhengyi, maybe Anda Zhang, and maybe Si Jihui, who's leading 9-7. Jordan Brown.
Yeah, and tomorrow Zhu Se and Pang Zhengyu play each other, so obviously guaranteed another one there. beat younger Stan Moody, actually. Stan just 16, making his debut, won a match, but Zhang beat him 10-3 and then beat Zhao Dong 10-5 from 5-2 down.
38.
Lots of people tweeting in where they're watching all around the world. Ollie Cunningham from County Roscommon in Ireland is watching. We've had people from all over the place, haven't we? Florida,
yeah,
Nova Scotia, Australia, Canada. County Roscommon is in there as well. Good man, Ali. Hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, and thanks everybody. We haven't been able to read out every one because obviously there's a lot to keep on top of, but we appreciate all the feedback and all the views and opinions.
Oh, that was crucial red. He's left it as well.
Well, we're going to go back to table one. This has been a terrific match all day. Ricky Walden leading 9-8 against Tepchara Nu, who has his chance here to force a decider, and the match kind of feels like it deserves one. It's been great viewing this.
20.
Yeah, it's getting... Both players have jumping up off shots out there now, just urging the cue ball to get top side of the blue there, Tepchaya. Ricky waiting and hoping to get another chance. Lots of side on the cue ball. He's played it nicely for the red, just to the right of the pink.
25.
He can screw back for the pink or black into the same pocket. As long as he just avoids the little cannon on the pink, if he can just miss the pink when he screws back, that would be perfect. Well, he's gone up for blue. So still a little bit of work to do. Will he play a little cannon on the 3 reds around the pink spot? He has played the cannon. Has it worked out? Oh, he didn't play it well enough.
31.
Took the chance, but it hasn't worked out.
Well, while Tepchaya tries to sort himself out there, table 8, big moments for Si Jiahui with a chance to win the match. He's 9-7 up on Jordan Brown. He's a point ahead as we pick it up live. Can he join his compatriots, Fan and Wu Yize, in the Crucible hat?
28.
Because so many of the Chinese players actually live in Sheffield, so this is sort of their backyard or an adopted home. They practice very close to the Crucible, this mythical place. They see it every day. We're seeing here, though, the young Chinese brigade making their presence felt. 19-year-old Wu Yize, Si Jiahui is 20. Fan Zhengyi, of course, already a tournament winner at 22.
40.
So the pink will put him 28 in front. It's all about getting on one of these reds now. How's it looking? How's it looking? Well, not great. Looks like a reprieve for Jordan Brown. He's very close to this red. So just to reiterate, I've had 4 results. In the other matches, Jack Jones and Barry Hawkins are 7-all, so that's going to be a little way off. Of course, 9-8 to Ricky Walden over Tepchara Nu. That next frame continues. 8-7 Zhang Anda over Noppen Sengham. Sengham coming back in the next. So he's going to have to wait for another chance. 28 points, the lead for Si Jiahui. Rob is going to join us for the rest of the evening. We're just saying that the 2 winners that you interviewed there, not exactly over the moon, but maybe just sort of processing what's been a long day.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I was expecting Anthony to be understated because I think that's one of the reasons why he has succeeded and done so well on the Crucible stage, that he is an understated kind of reserved guy. Maybe there's just an added maturity to Matt Selt. You know, he was mentioning about his son watching him, and I remember how vocal he was 2 years ago, saying he should have been at the Crucible more than 3 times, which is what he had secured 2 years ago. I just thought there was a maturity to him, but I guess what he's trying to remind himself is it's one thing to get there, but let's celebrate when you've pushed a match close or you've won a match.
He was warming up a bit towards the end as well, though, wasn't he? I think if that had gone on much longer, he might have opened up a bit. Anyway, we're back with Ricky Walden, who is 9-8 up here with a chance in this frame.
What a match this has been. Absolutely superb. Brilliant break building. And there have been some nervy, tense moments as well. And how interesting that so far, I mean, Si Jiahui has got a little bit to do to get out, if he is to get over the line, what would be 10-7. That would make it 3 Chinese debutants with another to come tomorrow. This has been a good day so far for the debutants, and Jack Jones has made a fantastic effort against Barry Hawkins. As you mentioned, they're 7 apiece, so that one's going to take a while, but 3 out of the 4 debutants from day one, if Si Jiahui manages to finish against Jordan Brown, that would be a very good return for Chinese snooker.
It certainly would. Ricky Walden, meanwhile, still going here. He's 15 behind. He's got the red on the top cushion. 2 others in open play. It's a good chance, this. Well, he hasn't quite gone through as far as he wanted to. Was that a kick? Yeah. Marcel Eckhart is sort of giving the black a scrub. He's going to clean the white as well, so it looks like a bad contact. It has gone 8 each, Noppen Sengham and Zhang Anda meantime. Tepchai sensing that he'll be coming back to the table.
Must be so hard to keep their emotions under control at that time. He's fighting for every single scrap of a chance to try and force this to go to a decider. Remember, we talked earlier, Tepchai Nu's been a little bit unlucky in who he's drawn. He's had Higgins twice, Trump and Ronnie O'Sullivan. Desperate to get back there again and maybe not have quite such an onerous task.
Well, he didn't get on the red. He seemed to get a kick, which stopped the cue ball finishing where he wanted it to. He had no designs on trying to take on a very risky red, so back to the safety. This is not the best safety Tepchai's ever played. Alden may well take this red on. He would be a big shot, but if he got it, it'd be another chance.
Hello to Russ Mooney, by the way. He's watching from British Columbia in Canada. Lots of interest from North America.
Here we go. If he gets it, could be end the match. but he hasn't got it. Tepchar is ever going for his shots. Well, he could be in a snooker here. He should be in one, actually, and then that could be real trouble with 3 reds in open play. If he can nail him in behind the green, then this is trouble for Tepchar and Newt. Well, has he got the snooker? I don't think he's covered the red on the left-hand side.
He walked away from the table very quickly, knew straight away that he hadn't covered it.
Yeah, and Tepchar is more than likely to knock this in. That's the other thing. Oh, got close. Gasp in the audience, wasn't there? Crowd here at the English Institute of Sport enjoying this drama of Judgment Day.
Si Xiaohui 9-7 up at the table, but still 2 reds available. There's enough for Jordan Brown to try and hang on. We'll have a look at that at some stage, but let's stay with this one. This has been an absolutely brilliant match on table 1.
Another attempt from Walden. The red again stays out. Well, it's thin, but this does cut in, I think, from where he is. Yep. Chance for 9 each. You do feel the match deserves a decider, and it looks like we're going to get one. It's up to Tepchar and Nu to just control the emotions for the next couple of minutes.
Are we destined for a 1-frame shootout for a place at the Crucible? As you said, Dave, the quality of this match, the break building and the drama, it almost deserves to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it goes without saying, whoever loses, you've got to feel very disappointed for them because they'll have played well, given everything. We've seen even in this passage of play, they've both been going for their shots. You know, they've not closed the shot, they've not gone defensive. They're both trying to win. Ricky Walden went for the red, left it on. Tepchar is going to need this black. The cue ball holds up. Well, he can still pot it, but it's one of those, isn't it? You know, it's not an absolute gimme by any means. He's got to cut it back. But if he does, Walden needs a snooker, and it looks like 9 each. In it goes. There's the applause from the crowd.
22.
So, table 8, Jordan Brown trying to fight back here against a very determined opponent, Si Xiaohui. 9-7. This has been a long frame, but in goes the red. So, a chance. This is just about a minute ago, but we want to show you what's happening. He was 28 behind as he potted that. Jordan Brown, of course, Welsh Open champion a couple of years ago. Those points came off, as they do on the 2-year rolling list, so that did knock him back a little bit. He's 44 in the rankings, actually. He was up as high as 22.
And for that reason, and the fact that it hasn't been a great season for him, not beyond the last 32 of a ranking event since the British Open at the start of the year, winning his first match against Dominic 10-7 was a big one. That 15,000 that's therefore guaranteed to go on the prize money listing as long as you win your opening match. I think it moved him up about 20 or 30 places on the one-year list. Made his Crucible debut. A decent effort against Mark Selby 3 years ago. Lost 10-6. That was after beating Ryan on Judgment Day. Ryan Day, I think that was the same scoreline, 10-6.
The problem here is going to be pink and black because you're going to need the pink. And obviously he's going to have to disturb it. So, I mean, this green's not in, by the way, yet. But it's coming up to, if he gets that far, pink and black. Just to confirm, it is definitely 9-all. Tepchar and Ricky Walden will be back across shortly for the decider.
Decent break by Nopon Siankam on table 5. 8 apiece with Zhang Anda. He's coming up for a half century, trying to move 9-8 ahead. The hugely likeable player from Thailand who's been in 2 ITV semi-finals this season. His break is 48. We'll keep an eye on that one. But let's stay with this to see whether Jordan Brown can keep his aspirations of another place at the Crucible alive. He's under it here.
Well, this is the shot. Can he? Well, he's trying to just chip the pink into play. Well, he's chipped the pink, but not into play. So 2 points in it on pink and black. And, well, there could be a lot of safety coming up here if they... Well, we're going to go to Nopon Siankam just to show you what's happening. He's in with a chance for 9-8, as Rob said. 53 to the good. 54 with that red. Yeah, he's sort of been chasing this match a little bit, but maybe now, as we're into the real sort of business end, this is where he shows his class. Twice reached the second round at the Crucible. Yeah, the Jordan Brown frame, the black's now over the pocket, so I'm not quite sure how that's going to resolve itself. And I don't say this lightly. There's been a match before where there's been a re-rack on pink and black. Matt Seltley just won in China against Chris Wakelin. There was a re-rack with pink and black on. It's not impossible that it could happen again.
The balls are in a horrible position. But what a composed break this is turning out to be from Nopon Siankam, working with Steve Feeney. I mean, a more mild-mannered, polite, well-meaning snooker player you could never wish to meet. I mean, his manners are impeccable, aren't they? You just can't help but like Nopon. He's such a nice bloke.
So table 8, this is what's happening. The black's over the pocket, the pink's on top of it. Now, if Jordan Brown were to knock the black in and leave the pink on, the match is over. So this is a massive shot for him. Siankam has won that frame, snooker's required, but this is where the action is at the minute. Look at that, pink and black trapped together like that, but there's distance with the cue ball, so he's got to knock the black in, otherwise it looks like he's out. And he's done it really well, every credit. He had to work that out. So it's a game of cat and mouse, this, to say the least. And again, he's raised the stakes. Remember, he's one away from victory. That's the difference. He just needs the pink, but it's really about whether Jordan Brown knocks the black in. If he does, it's surely over. This he should be okay. Should be able to come side cushion. Right-hand side cushion. Yeah. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
What an extraordinary end to a frame, and what an extraordinary end to the match it would be if Jordan Brown produces the mistake. How did the black stay up? How did the black stay up?
Nobody move. Nobody move.
He's having a chuckle to himself there, you know, despite the pressure. Incredible. Well, do you remember that extraordinary semi-final last year at the Masters when Neil Robertson and Mark Williams were trying to work their way through the other bottom pocket? It was extraordinary. And here we go again.
The difference is for Brown, of course, you know, it could be end of match for him. So he really is the man under it here. Well, he's not put the pink on top of the black here. But how's this going to be resolved?
Tepchaya, by the way, one red, one black in the decider on table one. But let's stay with this, because if Jordan Brown makes a mistake, the match will surely be over. It's all happening here.
Good grief, he's missed it altogether. Well, I guess it doesn't make that much difference in as much as he can still win the frame. He's just 8 behind now. It hasn't actually changed the dynamics that much, but it won't make him feel any better, I think it's fair to say. And of course, this time, he's got to hit it this time, otherwise he'll need a snooker. And good luck getting a snooker. Must hit the pink, but not the black in. What an extraordinary situation. As I say, there's been a re-rack before now. I don't think there will be here, but it's going to take a time to resolve. And every time Jordan Brown comes to the table, he's got the same problem, which is not to knock that black in, because that would be a horrible way to exit the World Championship. Yeah, I mean, the difference the foul makes actually is if the black goes in, then he needs a snooker, whatever.
Tepchaya Unnu missed with the red. Ricky Walden with a mid-range opportunity to get his first chance in the decider, and he's missed it. Red back up towards Balk.
Oh no, he's missed it again. Wow, and he needs a snooker now. He's 14 behind. He needs a snooker. Unbelievable. He's going to be put back in. Oh, Jordan. So now he needs Joey to knock this black in.
What a nightmare scenario for the former Welsh Open champion.
Well, surely now he's got to get the pink away from the black, hasn't he? Get the pink away from it. You don't need it over the black now. That's it. That's a smart play. Wow. As John Virgo would say, the things that happen on a 12x6.
We promised you drama, heartache and glory on Judgment Day, and we're seeing it all. Barry Hawkins on a little break of 18, trailing 8-7 against Jack Jones. Tepchaya Unnu is 16 points to the good in the decider against Ricky Walden, but it's nervy from both of the players on table one. Let's stay with this for now, though.
Well, I think you can cut this in, Rob. I think this should be it. Joey qualifies for the Crucible. He'll make his debut there. The 20-year-old, brilliant poise and composure at the end. to see off Jordan Brown by 10 frames to 7. So let's get back to table 1 then, because this is where the action is now. The decider, 17-0 to Tepchara Nu against Ricky Walden.
Three Chinese debutants as well, along with one guaranteed tomorrow. This has been an excellent evening for Chinese snooker. It really has.
Yeah, because they were all playing experienced opponents, weren't they? You know, Fan beat Steve Maguire, who's been around, 20 years at the Crucible. Obviously, Chris Wakelin's won a tournament this season. Jordan Brown's won a ranking event. So, every credit to them. A lot of people in Thailand, of course, supporting this man, Tepchara Nu. Can he produce a grandstand finish? He's already had 3 centuries today. Well, maybe not in this visit because he's not on a red.
16.
You just get the feeling in the final round of qualifying. I mean, I don't need to tell you with Fergal and Dave Gilbert that time, but deciders are often very edgy, aren't they?
You're bringing back nightmares. Yeah, they said. I mean, this. Yeah, it's. You're finishing your season at the English Institute of Sport, and you're going home late evening, or you're finishing on international television at the Crucible Theatre. This is, could be a key miss there for Barry Hawkins. He was going well on a break of 34, trying to draw level at 8 apiece. Jack Jones, well, we've got 3 out of 3 debutants through on Judgment Day Part 1. He is the 4th in action. Could he make it a quartet of first-timers coming through the last couple of matches here on Judgment Day Part 1? Having a look for the plant. This has been a tough day's work for Barry Hawkins. He's dragged his way back into contention. We've seen a few flashes of frustration. And his evening might be about to get even more difficult. The merest shake of the head there. First in the 16th, going well on a break of 34. But now it's Jones at the table, and Hawkins has been left with potentially plenty of time to stew on it.
It's been an ordeal, really, for Barry Hawkins. It's not a round he wanted to play in at the start of the season when he got to that final in Fürth at the European Masters. You wouldn't really have envisaged him being in the qualifying, but he didn't sort of push on from that. And now it's an absolute dogfight to get over the line. So just to reiterate, 9-8 Noppin Senkarm against Yangander, 9-all Tepchara and Ricky Walden. We'll be back with that shortly. And 8-7 Jack Jones against Barry Hawkins. They're the only 3 matches left on day 1 of final round of qualifying, the first Judgment Day.
A reminder as well, if you log on to the World Snooker Tour website, if you put your predictions in for tomorrow's Judgment Day Part 2, the winner will get 2 free all-day tickets for semi-final Saturday.
So that's just a little flavour of what's happening there. But table 1 is where kind of the action is right now, of course, with the decider in progress, Ricky Walden and Tepchara Nu. Not much has happened since you were with us. 32-0 to Tepchara. He had that initial chance. He's played just under 18 seconds for the whole day. You know, for 18 frames of snooker, that's still very quick, because it's not all been breaks. Now, is he trying to pop the red off the other red? Good grief. In the middle, is that what he's looking at? Ambitious. He's had a look at it. I think he's backed away. I'm looking at all sorts here. He just always seems to want to pop something.
He can be incredibly bold with his shot selection.
Well, on that occasion, he was very sensible, just rolling to them. No point, going out with a kind of crazy attempt at this stage when you played all day long.
It's good to see, actually, Dave, because you can tell when you're watching him. I guess it's one of the reasons why he is so good to watch, that he can be absolutely sublime, but he's fighting this rash instinct all the time, isn't he? Because he is so good to watch because he's fast, but occasionally he needs to curb that instinctive desire to go for everything. And that could turn out to be a good decision if he had been contemplating using the red above the middle to pop the one just beneath. He's left Ricky Walden with a little bit to think about here, trailing by 32 as well.
Yeah, because Walden, from what he's seen all day, will be wary of leaving even a sort of low percentage pot that Tepchai might get. So this is another little standoff, I think, at the moment. Trying to get the white back to the black cushion. Just avoided the black itself, which would have left quite a relatively easy pot to middle. Now, he may be tempted. There's a couple of tempters to left middle here. He's already 32-0 in front. Big shot coming up. I get the feeling he's going to take one on here.
He's curbed his instinct once. Will he do it again?
Well, in fairness, it's a good chance if he gets it, but if he doesn't, he's leaving the world on for Ricky Walden. Here we go. He hasn't got it. So where does the cue ball finish? There's the reaction from Tepchai. Well, you think he's covered the red over the middle. He might be able to play one onto the other. Well, drama. Yeah, he's going to have to play the plant here. Should be okay here. So Ricky Walden's first chance in the decider, and it's a good one.
Tepchai Unlu could have played his final shot in what has been an utterly enthralling, high quality, high scoring, all action encounter here on Judgment Day Part 1. This is a great chance for Ricky Walden to make it back to the Crucible for a 9th time, semi-finalist a decade ago. They all say, don't they, Dave, all you ask for in a decider is a chance. This is it, and it's a very, very good one.
No, exactly. I mean, he couldn't say that he didn't get one, I guess, if he doesn't win.
12.
He's a player who's had health problems, and that's affected his ranking, but he's worked his way back up. He's had a couple of better seasons. He's actually 24 in the world now. Another player who, if he does make it, he's not an easy draw at all. With his experience, as you say, he's been in the one table there. Very well respected by the other players. He's been someone who's always sort of kept out of trouble. Been a real stalwart, a great supporter of the World Snooker Tour. All the tournaments, just enters everything, turns up, plays his matches, and doesn't get involved in anything else.
Made his debut at the Crucible back in 2009, played Mark Selby. Last 16 in 2014, 16 and 18 after that run to the semis in 13. When he played Barry Hawkins.
19.
Barry Hawkins, who is at the moment on table 2, trying to drag himself back all square with Jack Jones, trailing 8-7. But let's focus our attention here to see whether Ricky Walden does indeed make it through to a 9th Crucible.
20.
Just trying to keep things simple. That's the answer. Try and keep control of that cue ball. not leave yourself under unnecessary pressure. And he's done it well up to press in this break. Tepchire has to keep himself calm and hope that there's a miss along the way, a twist, and he gets another chance. Tepchire Nu plays the way he plays. He's very attacking. He's got to 9-all by being very attacking. He saw a chance, red to middle. If it goes in, he probably wins, but he missed it. And that's why he sat back down watching Ricky Walden here, who's now in front in the decider.
33. 34.
Still a couple of slightly awkward reds to deal with, you could say, I suppose, but it's still a great chance.
41.
Yeah, that red to the middle, he's going to have to get pretty close to it to pot it.
42.
There's a fluency and a calmness to this visit. This is class so far from Ricky Walden, under the most immense pressure. 8-all, Jack Jones, Barry Hawkins. Barry still at the table on a break of 46. And Tepchire Nu must now be fearing the worst.
Well, this is where we're going to find out, because there's still a couple of proper shots he's got to play here. First, he get on this red. He's done that. Now pot it. It's the next one. That'll put him 22 ahead. So he'll need another, I suppose, red colour after the next red colour. It's basically about 4 balls from winning. Yeah, so this is the shot really position off this black. This is where it could go wrong. That's what Tepchire will be holding on to.
Zhang Anda, by the way, on a break of 51 on table 5, hoping to force a decider against Noppon Siankam. But let's stay with this.
Yeah, big shot this position for red. Well, obviously felt he couldn't get close to red. He played, I think, on the double. Well, talk about big shots. If he plays this, then it's almost watch through the fingers time if you're a Ricky Walden fan. No, it stayed out. Hang on, hang on. Oh, unbelievable. That is so cruel on Tepchire Nu, you have to say. He trebled it in the end. He's on the black, and the black's all he needs. If he pots this, he's 37 in front with 35 on. Wow, what a way to finish.
69.
Well, he was bold enough to go for it, but when he missed it, it could have gone anywhere.
62.
Held his hand up. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's from Tepchire's point of view, so cruel. But that is why we love watching, isn't it? It's brutal sometimes.
The only small crumb of comfort is he's not on the last red, so Tepchire obviously will play for the snooker, so it's not all necessarily done yet, but if that is to be the key moment, then it's pretty harsh, you got to say, on Tepchire. I know it's part of the game, but what a time for it to happen. Ricky Walden 37 in front with 35 on. Not again. Ooh. Well, one snooker required. You never know, do you? I mean, he's not sort of necessarily known for it, Tepchire, but this could be the moment to show his tactical prowess. He's relied on his break building all day.
Barry Hawkins has just broken off at the start of the 17th on table 2. 8 apiece. Best of 3 for a place at the Crucible between himself and Jack Jones, the would-be debutant who's already beaten Adam Duffy and Robbie Williams. That's a good effort from Tepchire Anu, just about hanging on to belief and hope in this decider. Ricky Walden's almost there, but needs to make absolutely certain.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time for some mishap, but I think he's actually got him in a snooker here, which doesn't help Tepchire Anu's cause. So he's got to hit the red, got to get it safe. It's not looking good for this very entertaining player from Thailand. Hang on, though. This is looking good. Oh, just for a moment. Just for a moment, he had him behind the black. Don't think it's quite a snooker. I think he can see some of the red. But these are tense times. I mean, Ricky in his own mind is already thinking about the draw, but we're not done yet, quite yet. This is where experience helps, you know. He's not going to panic at this position. Just play sensibly, keep the cue ball away from pockets, all that sort of stuff. Oh dear, well that's, you see the angst there from Tepchire Anu, and if you're going to see that from these players, you saw it from Barry Hawkins earlier, it will happen here at this final qualifying round. It needs the world to qualify for the World Championship. Tepchire Anu is out. Ricky Walden is going to be through. He got that little bit of fortune with the fluke, but he played a good decider overall. It's been a great match. Tepchire Anu made 3 centuries. Gone are the days, though, when that's enough, I'm afraid.
8.
Ricky Walden's first visit to the Crucible in 2 years. He's 9th in total.
11.
It's been a brilliant match, this, hasn't it, Dave? Absolutely brilliant. It deserved to go to a decider, and occasionally these
15.
moments of fortune do come to the fore. Who could forget that
20.
fluke on the pink Sean Murphy got in the UK final in 2008? Marco Fu didn't even flinch.
So Ricky Walden completes victory by 10 frames to 9 over Tepchire Anu. One of the best matches of the whole qualifiers. That they both more than played their part, but it's Ricky Walden who is our latest qualifier for the Crucible. Very memorable match, and the crowd certainly got their money's worth. So we've got 2 matches left, and this is table 5. Zhang Anda and Noppen Senkam, 9-8 to Senkam. Zhang Anda 55 in front, so Senkam does need a snooker here, otherwise it'll be another decider. The other match is 8-all. Barry Hawkins, Jack Jones, they're in the very early stages of the next frame. Zhang is in that position where he just wants to get this frame won and get himself ready for the decider. problem for Sengham here is that there's 3 reds there. So what he ideally wants is to get rid of a couple of them, play for the snook on the last red. Well, he's potted that, so it's going to be 9 each for sure, and we're going to have another decider coming up for you. So 9 all coming up there, and of course the other match is 8 all. Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones. The Hawk really fighting here. It's been a bit of an ordeal, as I said earlier, but he's standing up to it at the moment. He's 24 in front. We're going to watch this while we wait for the interview with Ricky Walden. He's just getting into position in our studio. Yeah, he's been, as I say, a difficult day for Hawkins, but this is where he needs to just use his experience of big matches, winning big matches. Oh, but he's gone too far for the black here. Needed a little cannon on the red. It's still an ordeal. He's just having a walk around the table just to calm himself down. So we can now hear from our latest qualifier. Ricky Walden is speaking with Rob Walker.
Ricky Walden has been through an absolute epic there. Congratulations, you're back at the Crucible for a 9th time. That was an absolutely brilliant match. High quality, high drama, high scoring. It had everything.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure how I managed to win that in the end, to be honest, because Tepchai has just played. He's played so well from 4-1 down today, and just hit me with so many breaks and so many long balls. His safety was better as well, and I was just somehow just hanging in. Really, I wasn't happy with the way I was feeling out there, but you expect that, you know, it's nerve-wracking, and to come through was really pleasing.
And you showed some experience overall. You know, you were calm, and yes, the odd moment of fortune here and there, going for the double, and it ended up being a treble. But I guess the snooker gods align over time, and it all evens itself out. But when you needed to, you had some composure and some great visits of your own there.
Yeah, to be honest, I did make some good breaks. When I was stuck in, I sort of made some decent 80 breaks and stuff like that, and that visit was key at the end, even though I did fluke the last red. You know, I felt like I didn't feel like I could pot many balls there, to be honest, and just to go one ball at a time and to make 70 and put it out of reach was, yeah, I've got to be proud of myself to do that, you know, because I wasn't feeling too good out there.
And I presume it's every bit as exciting walking down the stairs at the Crucible for the 7th, 8th, 9th time as it was for the first time, because there's such a mystique about the venue and the tournament, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's the home of snooker, isn't it? And we've all had some great moments there and some terrible moments, like everyone says, you know. So to go there and just be in the mix is so exciting. And yeah, it's been a while since I've been back there, and yeah, hopefully I can go there and play some good stuff. That's what I'm looking to do.
I can't believe it's 10 years since you made that run to the semis. And if I recall rightly, didn't you have young nieces or nephews who were up in one of the boxes? You had some family members coming to watch. It was a great occasion and a brilliant run to the last 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I still look back at that as with good and bad memories, you know, because obviously to lose in the semi the way it went was a tough one. But I also played well there, and the family was there, and yeah, so hopefully I can go one better, you know, and just keep in the mix, and hopefully I can play some good stuff.
And Dave was mentioning in commentary with Ken that, you know, in recent years you've had some issues with your back and your neck, but you seem to be, you know, on the table, and in terms of your fitness, you seem to be in a really good place at the moment.
Yeah, I've actually been good back-wise, you know. It's but like ironically, the last couple of weeks I've had a little pinch in the shoulder, so there was a few shots there tonight that were sore, you know. So yeah, I suppose I'm getting on a bit, and I need to try and get a little bit fitter. But yeah, overall my health's been pretty good, you know, and I've been playing good in practice like everyone does, and yeah, I'm just trying to get a few more results on the table this season. It's been a tough season, really.
Well, and an average season can be finished brilliantly at the Crucible. We got a couple of moments just to show you here. Tepchai, you must have known at some point he was going to go for that, because he'd come in behind the pack, but on that occasion it was too good a chance for him to turn down, and that was your great moment.
Yeah, it's yeah, the fluke there. That's so lucky, to be honest. But yeah, I felt like all game he was gonna pot them balls. You know, he's such a great potter and such a great cueist. He puts you under pressure through just the power of his game, you know. And yeah, I felt like I was just hanging in there. Even when I was 7-6 up, I felt like I was hanging in there, you know, because he can sort of do that to you. He's so good.
Any preference as to who comes out of the draw at 8:45 on Thursday morning? Will you even... Well, you'll probably be up because you've got children. Will you be listening to it?
Yeah, to be honest, no, I'll probably just wait for someone to text me. You know, I'm going to have a couple of days just chill and just try and get away from snooker for a couple of days and then refresh. And yeah, look forward to whoever I play, you know, because I could easily not have been there.
Well, Ricky, I will look forward to introducing you into the main arena. You are back at the Crucible for a 9th time, and that was a truly magnificent match to watch. Well done tonight. See you on the big stage.
So we've got 2 matches left for you. This is 8 each, Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones, and the other one is 9 each, Noppon Sengkham and Zhang Anda. Drama here this evening. Ricky, of course, Ricky Walden through in a decider there as well. Hawkins has just had to accept that things have not been straightforward today. It's all about getting 2 frames now. If it takes 20 visits a frame, fine. He'd rather, though, obviously win it well. Jack Jones is feeling it as well. He's trying to book his debut, so everyone's under it here. But Hawkins, he's known for his coolness. Can he demonstrate it here?
Well, the drama has captured people all over the world and in a whole host of different situations. We've had a tweet from someone called the Midwife saying, "I'm watching from the restroom of the Rotunda Hospital in Dublin. A couple of women are waiting in the labour ward, but I'm hoping they can hold off until the end of Walden v Tepchire." So I hope you've managed to enjoy your break. As that one's finished, maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe you'll have another chance for a cup of tea. And you'll see this one heading all the way to a decider. You never know. So thank you to the Midwife, and thanks for your hard work in the Rotunda Hospital in Dublin.
Oh, Barry Hawkins, meanwhile, overcuts the red. That was a basic error, really, for him, but it just shows you how he's feeling it. Well, every picture tells a story, and look at that. That tells you all you need to know about the horrors of this Judgment Day. It's all fun for us watching, of course, but down there in the middle where it means everything, very tough.
Yeah, we've got the easiest job. We just get to talk about it. Johnny Williams has sent in a little video, presumably his sofa at home, and his young son has fallen asleep. He says it's too much for some. Oh, what a turn-up this would be, Dave, if we had 4 out of 4 potential debutants all making it through for their first Crucible. All of whom would have been up against, as you mentioned, very experienced performers. Fan has beaten Stephen Maguire. Wu Yiza has come back from 6-3 down. I think it was even 7-3 down against Chris Wakelin. And Si Jiahui has beaten the former Welsh Open champion Jordan Brown. Can Jack Jones make it a quartet?
I just get the feeling this could be another decider here. It doesn't seem the sort of match from what we've seen that's going to be wrapped up kind of with a couple of breaks by either player. Because the dynamic is very different, isn't it? You've got Hawkins, who's been an ever-present since 06, wants to get back there. Many people feel, you know, he should be there. Jack Jones wants to make his debut, of course. So it's a different sort of pressure, but ultimately they're both under it.
Zhang Anda's taken the opening red on table 5 against Noppon Sengkham, but couldn't get on a colour. He's put the cue ball safely on the baulk cushion. Long way to go in that decider. Couple of reds away from the pack, but nothing really for Noppon Sengkham to get his teeth into yet.
22.
So quickly mark your card for tomorrow, by the way. Matthew Stevens will be up against Dave Gilbert. Hossein Vefai against Jackson Page, both of whom made their debut last year. Ryan Day and Scott Donaldson, Welshman against the Scot. Mark Davis and Joe Perry. Davis needs to win to keep his place on tour. He and Joe Perry go way back. Made their respective debuts in 94 and 99. Elliot Slesser against Zhou Yulong. Slesser has appeared at the Crucible once before, but that was behind closed doors. He's desperate to do so with a crowd. Anthony Hamilton hoping to become the oldest qualifier since Steve Davis made his run to the quarters in 2010. He's taking on Jimmy Robertson, hoping for a 5th Crucible. Zhu Se will take on Pang Jung-Siu, so we'll have another guaranteed debutant, and they will be a player from China. And Andrew Higginson, the amateur, hoping to earn himself a tour card, but to do so he's going to have to beat David Grace, a former UK semi-finalist. David has made 1 appearance at the Crucible. So those are our 8 matches tomorrow. Same time, 11 o'clock. And you'll be able to listen to the insight and the knowledge of Ken Doherty. Ken's gone off for an early night after his epic efforts against Pang Jung-Siu. And he'll be joining Dave and myself tomorrow for Judgment Day Part 2. And just a reminder, get onto the World Snooker Tour website. If you correctly predict the results tomorrow, if you come out top of the tree, you'll get 2 all-day tickets for semi-final Saturday.
39.
So Jack Jones going nicely, but there's still a bit of work to be done. That red by the pink will have to be developed. Just 2 balls potted in the decider between Sengam and Zhang Anda. It's great, though, that we're able to bring you. It's a huge operation, this. All the people behind the scenes, the production team, of course, making it happen. I remember years ago, we're going back over 30 years, there was one year where Alex Higgins was in the final qualifying round against Tony Knowles. And I didn't find out he'd won until the following evening. It was in the evening paper. That's how I found out. That's how long it took to find out the result. Now, of course, we can watch it live online. I suppose the fact there was no internet was back then was part of it. Now, would he play the cannon here to free this red? Get it into play. Playing on the loose one. His family have supported him really strongly. I'm sure they're here. And his friends, of course, be watching this, cheering him on, hoping to be with him at the Crucible on Saturday or whenever he would play. Oh, this looks a great shot. That's brilliant. So now it's about developing this last red. He's high on the blue. There's Hawkins. He saw that coming towards him, didn't he? He was probably the first to know that was in.
Well, you mentioned about potentially playing on Saturday. One of the 16 qualifiers who comes through Judgment Day is walking down those stairs at 10 o'clock to take on the world #1 and defending world champion Ronnie O'Sullivan.
This is the big shot then to develop this red. If he gets on it, surely he's going to be 9-8 up. Oh dear, well, he just skimmed off the pink. I mean, he could still play the red, but it would be very tough.
58.
He's got himself 17 in front. Jack Jones, 32 seconds a shot in this match, so he has taken his time. There's been some scrappy frames, of course. Quite safety dominated. Big shot this if he's taking the red on. Brilliant. That is brilliant. He's gone for it. He's got it. And that tells you everything about his attitude. He could have run for cover there. He could have played safe. He's taken it on. Couple of deep breaths. Take the frame out and it'll be 9-8 up. Not much more to do. 24 the lead with the blue. So yellow and green needed.
Couple of brilliant pots in this break to get himself to within 1 of a Crucible debut against a man who's here tonight bidding for his 18th consecutive appearance. This has been a superb visit from Jack Jones. Barry Hawkins knew what an opportunity had gone begging when he missed, but Jones has had to work very hard for this break. This has been superb.
Very impressive. So this green, and it should be 9-8 to Jack Jones. That is superb. Quite rightly not doing anything for the brown because he's 28 in front, 22 on. Hawkins needs 2 snookers. Barry Hawkins not looking comfortable, is he, in the background there? It's not an environment he's been in for a while, this qualifying setup. Of course, he'll play for the snookers, but he needs 2 of them. Tall order, really. He's almost in one himself as well. Not quite. Well, that puts the tin hat on that. He's conceded. So 9-8 to Jack Jones, and he's 1 away from a Crucible debut at the expense of the runner-up from 10 years ago. So, our other match, let's concentrate for the moment on this one. Not much happening in the decider yet. It's 6-0 to Zhang Anda, 9 each with Nop and Senkarm. And it's not the nicest table. There's a few balls on cushions, and I mean, look where the colours are: yellow, brown, green, all off their spots, black off its spots. So it tells you what sort of frame it's been. If you sort of hadn't worked it out already, it's been quite a lengthy frame so far. But that's the point, isn't it? They've been playing all day, and here we are. This frame to decide: do I go to the Crucible? I'm part of that extraordinary tournament, or is that it for me? I'm not in it. All on this frame. And that's why it was cruel on Tepchaya, let's be honest. When that flute went in. There's a tweet there from Phil Seymour. I'll be honest with you, the screen's so small I can't actually read it. Maybe you can, Rob.
Only by using my glasses. The synopsis of this from Phil, the coverage of the Judgment Day snookers, brilliant. Hats off to Dave, Rob, Ken and everyone involved. Top draw stuff. Well, hopefully we'll get your skydive rearranged, Phil Seymour. I know you were supposed to be doing that with Sean Murphy. Murphy has a world title to try and grab, 18 years on from his first. But yes, thanks for all your messages. Thanks to Phil. Works on all the home nations matches alongside you, Dave. We've had loads of messages, people in maternity wards. And this has turned into a very, very cagey, nervy start to this decider. Exactly what you'd expect. Cat and mouse round the table, back to baulk time and time again, which is why yellow, brown, green are off their spots and in difficult positions. Huge amount at stake. Zhang Anda hasn't been back to the Crucible since 2016, bidding for his 4th. Noppon's debut came in 2017. Beat Murphy in 2020 behind closed doors. He beat Luca Bracel last year before losing to Higgins. So he's got some good memories of the Crucible, Noppon Siakam, and he's desperate to get back there. It's a horrible looking table.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that this decider is going to be won, you know, with an 80 break or something, because the balls have just run awkward. been heavily safety dominated, but let's see. I mean, there'll be a reasonable chance soon, I think. Quite a few reds in open play, pink available, blue available, so there's some sort of chance, whoever gets in.
Few people alluding to that epic decider between old Fearless or 5-ton Fergal, whatever you want to call him, or Dave Gilbert. Dan has written Dave Gilbert in the qualifiers. He'll be on table 1 against Matthew Stevens tomorrow. Reminds me of that epic decider against O'Brien. This is a great line. So Dan wrote, I started watching the frame in the arena and was amazed to find it was still on by the time I drove home. I was able to watch the end of the match. Well, Dan, it wasn't 2 hours 13. It was about 2:06. It was longer at the time than the existing men's marathon world record. And yes, it was about 45 minutes or 50 minutes on the yellow, and with yellow and green, it was over an hour. Dave Gilbert had to give an interview afterwards, and he just came through the press area, and they said, have you got a comment, Dave? And he said, I don't know what that was, but it wasn't snooker. Have a good summer, everybody.
Yes, well, he'll be up tomorrow. Dave Gilbert playing Matthew Stevens. I don't think it'll be quite as long against Matthew. Anyway, a chance here for Noppen Sengham. That's nicely done because, you know, it's been a while since he potted a ball, actually. Lost the last frame. That was the first of the decider for him. So can he get something going here? It's not, as I say, it's not ideal for scoring, but he might be able to just get a useful lead going. Nothing potted yet in frame 18 between Jack Jones and Barry Hawkins. 9-8 there to Jones, of course.
There was a bit of a long-range tempter for Barry Hawkins. Thought he might have a go, but he's decided to put the cue ball back up towards Bulk behind yellow, brown and green. Huge moments for him trying to keep his consecutive run of appearances at the Crucible going. He's really under the cosh against Jack Jones, who has just nailed a brilliant long red.
As Sengham misses that red, but I don't think he's actually left it on. Well, it's getting tense, it's getting nervy. I'm saying getting, it's been like this all day, actually. But we're back to the safety. Wasn't his best, was it? I mean, the cue ball's not actually reached the baulk line. Noppen Sengham came through this round last year, 10-8 against Robert Milkins, who of course had just won the Gibraltar Open, so that was a good win. He's used to a bit of brinkmanship in the final round of qualifying. Oh, and now red's flown off the table. What next? The worst thing about that, forget the red coming off the table, he's left one to the middle. That's what I'd be concerned about.
Yeah, there was an understandable little display of frustration there. And butter the cue into the carpet. We've had some incredible ends to these matches. I mean, the pink and black over the bottom pocket between Jia Hui and Jordan Brown was extraordinary. Jack Jones first in for what he hopes will be the last frame of the match. 9-8 up. Hawkins cannot make a single mistake if he is to keep his hopes alive. Good start to this frame by Jack Jones.
Well, Zhang can certainly, as I said about Sengham, get in front here. Whether he'll win the frame at this visit remains to be seen, but he could get certainly, you know, a 30-40 point lead going.
14.
He's one of these players, he's quite methodical, but he plays at a pace that he's comfortable with, and there's nothing wrong with that. He made his 100th century in the previous round. In fact, he made 3 centuries against Xiao Guidong. He was 5-2 down, won the last 8 frames. So he's a heavy scorer as well. In fact, he's made a maximum in tournament play. Yeah, that's the end of that. This is going to be a long frame, I think, where the Reds are.
21.
Okay, well, as I say, it's going to take a while to resolve this. So table 2, Jack Jones has just gone into the Reds against Barry Hawkins. Just played that shot. That's the result. Well, he missed the blue, I think. So, so I was watching the on our little screen the split, but he actually missed the blue. That's why he's walking away from the table. The clue is it's still on the table.
Well, he'd picked off a couple of loose reds and worked his way round the pack using the blue. But an opportunity here. And Barry Hawkins needs to produce total focus and concentration here to try and force his way into a Judgment Day decider.
Fine.
Jamie Clark, who sadly for Jamie's no longer in the tournament, because of course at the Crucible last year. He's watching though, enjoying the coverage and enjoying Judgment Day with a bottle of Chablis. You notice he doesn't say a glass, a bottle. That's the way to do it.
It's the end of the season. Had a brilliant chat with Jamie in a fabulous pub just round the corner from the Barbican in York. It's a fantastic company on a night out. We were talking about random acts of kindness for strangers, and he was going through Costa and was buying a coffee or a hot chocolate or something, and asked the person at the counter, because you phone your order through, what have the people in the car behind ordered? And he said, the guy said a couple of coffees. He said, oh, I'll pay for them as well. It just went off. So he likes doing random acts of kindness to make him feel good. So there you go.
Well, if he wants to send a bottle of Chablis to the team here, feel free, Jamie. I hope you're well. Have a good summer. We'll see you next season. Hawkins is just battling to keep his composure. It's slipped a couple of times, but this is the time, of course, to really focus hard on what you're doing. Nice shot. That's a great shot. He's got the Reds into play. Good chance to set up yet another decider. It would be our third of the day, of course. It's still, there's 27 points in it to Zhang Anda in that other match in the decider, but the balls are not good, so it's going to be a while yet. We'll go back over when we've seen this frame through.
A question for you here, Dave. I think it's been floating around a little while. Which two players played the first ever zero audience COVID rules match? An extra point for where it was. So are they referring to Championship League on June the 1st at Milton Keynes?
Well, it depends. That was the first tournament played under the lockdown rules, but the first tournament where the audience was sent home was Gibraltar. Who the match was between, I couldn't tell you. But I think on day one there was an audience, and then certainly on the last day there wasn't one.
26.
OK, Lee P. Those are our kind of best guesses. If you want to put us out of our misery, send another message. Lee P. 147.
I think Lee is a player. I think he was in the tournament. Lee Prickman is a Gibraltar player, so he may have involved him, for all I know. But I'm pretty sure he was in the tournament. Hawkins 13 in front here. Just didn't get on the red maybe as nicely as he wanted. He sort of fell between two stools with that last shot. You would know, it's literally a head scratcher for him. You would know that things are just not going to fall quite as intended at this stage. So just having to just try and recover here in this break.
Superb long red by Nopon Siankam on table 5. That's what that little ripple of applause was for. He still trails. And there's a horrible looking cluster of 5 reds on the right-hand cushion, but no panic yet from Nopon Siankam, judging by that long red. Let's stay with this to see whether Barry Hawkins can force a decider on table 2.
Yeah, he played on the red on the left-hand side, I think. But anyways, he got the rest out for this one on the right-hand side. Yeah, he potted it well, didn't he? You know, it's pressure on everything right now. The game would be very different if you didn't tell the players what it was best of. Just took that out of... We'll tell you at the end of the day. It will be so different, but of course it doesn't work like that. We'll tell you when you've won. Imagine that.
43.
It would be a fascinating psychological experiment, wouldn't it? Well, normally so good with the rest. Normally so good. And that break of 43 comes to an end. He's had to work hard to keep this going. And now comes a chance for Jack Jones. And that's what kind of night it's been for Barry Hawkins.
Yeah, suddenly a chance to get this one for Jack Jones. All 4 reds are in play. It's a good chance. It's a chance he's been waiting for several years to reach the Crucible. He got to the final qualifying round in 2015. That's his only other time in this round. So it really has been a long wait to even get the opportunity to put himself through to the final stages and be in the draw on Thursday. And of course, the very knowledge of that is what's going to put the pressure on him.
And this is already the biggest payday of his career. And yes, in 15, he beat Jack Lazowski 10-5 and then lost to Ryan Day 10-6. What a moment this would be for him and all his family. The young man who moved to Sheffield, got stuck in a flat during COVID. He's made huge sacrifices for his snooker. And he's done it for a night like this. And a potential outcome he could only ever have dreamed of against a 3-time ranking event winner and a World Championship finalist.
7.
This is his moment. The biggest visit of his entire career to any table Can he seize it and finish the job?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the best angle on this pink to get close to the red. That's what he's annoyed about. Yeah, he's sort of just off straight. So he's likely to be a distance away from the red, which makes it more missable, I guess. Zhang does have a chance to win that decider. He's 24 in front with a couple of reds on. So both matches coming right to the boil here. That was the problem. He just couldn't get close to this red. You can still pot it. He looks like he'll be going into the black. Big shot, this. Yeah, that was the thing. He was always going into that black, so it's just a question of did he get a bit of luck or not, and he hasn't. So that looks like end of break. He may lay the snooker. Yeah, well, he had to play the snooker. He had to recover there, just get over the disappointment, because he's still in a strong position, isn't he? He's got him snookered. If he leaves the yellow on, they're all there for him.
And that was a tough red for him to pot. A decent contribution to this frame, to what he hopes will be the final frame of the match. He's left Barry Hawkins in an awkward position here.
Well, this could be his last shot, couldn't it? We'll see. Got to hit it first and foremost. Which he's done. It's a great hit, not the in-off. Well, it's not too bad. It's not a free ball, don't think. And Peggy Lee's going to check that. It's a big call, actually. Well, she's going to mark a ball next to it. If this is a free ball with cue ball in hand, he could take the brown as the yellow. This is a massive decision. Can he hit the edge of the yellow? Free ball. Wow. I thought at first it wasn't, but they've all checked. Peggy Lee obviously is down there. She's checked. So Rob, another chance.
Well, it must have come down to millimetres. No complaints on the adjudication from Barry Hawkins. Now Jack Jones has ball in hand and has a gilt-edged chance now to take a huge scalp and a big step forward in his snooker career.
So the brown counts as 2. Well, it's not got a great angle on the yellow, actually.
2.
You knew it wasn't going to be straightforward, didn't you? Loud sigh. We've heard a few of those today. Looks like he's not going to be close to the green, so he's going to leave himself a tough green, I think, unless he tries to... I mean, he's not got much angle even to go around the table here, I don't think. Well, he's tried to come up and down. Oh, great shot from Jack Jones. He's giving himself every chance. 4 points in front. All about nerve now. The years of waiting to reach the crucible, all coming down to these few balls. He needs green, brown and blue. In goes the green.
7.
Oh, what a moment. And what a scalp. Let's be honest, Barry Hawkins would have been one of the big favourites, whoever he was playing, to qualify. But it looks like he's going to miss out on the crucible for the first time since 2005. If this blue goes in, Jack Jones is at the crucible. And there it is, great win. You have to say Hawkins was a little unlucky to leave the free ball, but he's had his chances today. We'll be the first to admit that.
And what a moment for everybody connected to Jack Jones. Absolutely incredible. 4 debutants in action today, and all of them have made it through to the crucible. We've had some big names bowing out on Judgment Day. Jack Jones will hear his name on the biggest stage that snooker offers. What a moment for him and his family.
Brilliant. So there's one more match on. Let's go to it. This is live. 19 points behind Noppen Sengam, looking for the clearance to win on the black. In goes the brown. Good grief, what drama. High on the blue, needs all 3. Well, we did promise you drama, whatever time we joined you, about 12 hours ago, whatever it was, maybe not quite that long ago, but when we started at 11, we promised you drama, we've delivered, all the players have. Sengam needs the last 3. In goes the blue. So it's pink to black. Well, he's just come the other side of the pink to what would be ideal here. He might have to go around the table. It's going to be some positional shot to come in and out of bulk. He's looking at where he's got to take the cue ball. This still has legs for Zhanganda potentially. It's all on this shot, really. Great effort. Where's the white?
15.
Oh, do you fancy this for victory? Very close to it. Does he fancy this along the cushion? He's not playing the pot, you can't blame him, he's very close to that black. So, they played all day, all 19 frames. It's come down to the last ball to decide our 8th and final qualifier on our first Judgment Day. Noppen Sengam or Zhanganda will be with Jack Jones in due course, of course, but this is about as dramatic as it gets, isn't it? A black ball finish. This black needs to be on the cushion for Zhanganda. He's played a good shot. Very nicely played. Who's going to blink first? Returning with the same up and down shot. All I'll say is, don't mind who wins any of the matches, but you don't want to see this black fluked. That's one thing we don't want to see at this stage. Well, I mean, he could play the double, I guess. That'd be one way to end it, wouldn't it? He's played it. He's played it. He's okay. Good cue ball. Very good cue ball. We'll obviously stay with this, and then we'll hear from Jack and his thoughts on that wonderful win over Barry Hawkins, 10-8. But, well, it's going to be elation for one player here and despondency for the other, isn't it? Because they both battled so hard. Opensengam and Zhang Anda on the last black, 9 each to qualify for the Crucible. Oh dear, he's mishit it completely. Oh, the cue ball's heading back towards the black. It's a chance, hand on table. Has Opensengam got one good pot in him here? Got to really commit to this, not worry too much about what will happen if he misses it. Thinks about what will happen if he pots it. This is for victory. And in it goes, Opensengam on the black. Last gasp victory. You can hear the cheer from his supporters. He's at the Crucible. Once again, a really, really dramatic finish. You can't get more dramatic than a black ball finish. He's at the Crucible for the 4th time. So, well, it was worth seeing again. Let's go to Robbie's with Jack Jones.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. Wow, we promised you high drama on Judgment Day, but finishing with a black ball decider, unbelievable. Let's talk about Jack Jones. Jack, that was the most important visit to a table of your entire career. You have beaten a proven star, a major ranking event winner, a world championship runner-up, and you have earned the right to walk down the Crucible stairs for the first time. I just got to shake your hand. What an incredible achievement.
No, thank you, yeah. Yeah, it means a lot, actually. And I thought I didn't play well at all, really. I didn't think, but Barry didn't play his best either. So it was just so tense. Arm felt like jelly all day, pretty much. Just managed to scrape over the line.
How did you keep your emotions under control?
I wouldn't say I kept them under control. They was totally out of control, I think. Like the clearance at the end there, every ball that went in was a twitch. Just managed to go in. I don't know how it went in because my arm didn't go through straight. Just basically fluked every ball to win.
Well, not every single ball, but you know,
I
there
mean,
were
on the clearance.
Barry doesn't often give much away, and he's an exemplary pro, and there were a couple of flashes of frustration. So could you sense that maybe it was beginning to reveal itself as a decent opportunity for you?
Yeah, I noticed he wasn't at his best. He was missing balls that he would never miss usually. But I was doing the same, so I didn't feel comfortable all day. If I was felt okay, then I probably would have felt like I could have gone on and won. But I wouldn't say I felt like that all day, actually, that I was going to win.
But when you think about how long you've waited for another Judgment Day chance, was there a time where you started to think that maybe the Crucible dream would elude you? Because there are some fantastic snooker players, some amazing snooker players who've never managed to get over that last hurdle, and they never walked down those stairs.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I've never thought that it was never going to happen. I mean, the qualifiers are just so tough. I won 10-9 in the last game against Robbie Williams, having been 6-3 up, and then he's played really well. So, just such tough players you're playing all the time. So, it's not easy to qualify.
No, I mean, and Judgment Day is brutal. I mean, that's why everybody enjoys watching it. As soon as you walk into the English Institute or Ponds Forge when we do it there, you can just sense the tension in the air, can't you? It's tangible.
Yeah. You know you're playing at the World Championship, even though it's not the Crucible. It's like an event in itself, and everyone's under so much pressure, I think. So compared to any other tournament, it's just totally different. So, yeah.
Will you be watching the draw, listening to the draw on 5 Live on Thursday morning?
Yeah, I'll be listening, yeah. I'm watching. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, at this stage, do you even care who you face?
No, I don't care. I think Barry was the highest. Was he the highest ranked player in the qualifiers, Barry?
No, I think it was Ryan, because Ryan went to the Tour Champs and only just missed out.
Yeah, so I've beaten he's a top 16 player, isn't he, Barry, really?
Yes.
So I've already beaten a top 16 player pretty much, although not on ranking, so I don't really care who I play, no.
Well, many, many congratulations. I suggest and I suspect that your phone will be blowing up with messages all over the place. So you're going to have a lot of requests for tickets.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll try and sort everyone out. Yeah, cheers, Rob.
Well, listen, many congratulations again.
Thanks,
I'm looking forward to introducing you at the Crucible. Jack Jones has made it through to the big one. Right, just a confirmation of all the results. Ricky Walden making it through, an incredible decider against Tepchaya Unnu. Nopon Siankam on the black, the final pot of the match to beat Zhang Anda. We'll hear from him in just a moment. Jack Jones, 10-8, the victory of his life. 4 debutants, potential debutants in action today, and all 4 have made it through. Fang Zhenxi recovered from 4-0 down against Stephen Maguire. Maguire was bidding for a 20th consecutive appearance at the Crucible, but the young player from China was superb from 4-0 down and richly deserves his first time down the stairs. Anthony McGill recovered from 3-0 down against Cao Yupeng. Remember, he came from 9-7 down against John Astley in the previous round. McGill will be a name everyone wants to avoid. Wu Yiza, just 19 years of age, he beat Chris Wakelin. Wakelin was 7-3 up. And remember, Wakelin was 3 out of 3 on Judgment Day victories in the past. But the 19-year-old Wu Yiza, with the performance of his life for a 10-8 win. Matt Selt, 10-6 victory over the former world champion Graham Dott. Matt Selt making it through to the Crucible for the 4th time. He was cool, calm and composed when we spoke to him afterwards. And Si Jia Hui with that incredible end, the pink and the black over the pocket. But Jordan Brown couldn't do enough. The former Welsh Open champion, the Antrim Ferrari, well, he stalled a fraction and won't be at the Crucible, although he has been there before. One man who is going to be there is Nopon Siankam, and what a way to do it. That was incredible. What a black.
Unbelievable back because I am, and then I just go for it. Actually, I can't see the ball, but already in the pocket. Oh, I just so surprised here. Yeah.
And Jack Jones and I and Ivan Hershevitz were standing watching that, and Jack Jones and Ivan said he'll definitely go for this and he won't miss because his arm is always straight.
Oh yeah, but that the moment is like I can't see the ball very clearly because so much pressure. I just go down to the shot and then just go for it and then it pot. I'm very excited that shot.
You've had some big moments this season, fantastic runs to the semi-finals of the British Open and the World Grand Prix when, along the way in Cheltenham, you beat Mark Selby and Mark Williams and Ronnie O'Sullivan. Are you just about in the best form of your career?
This season, yeah, I do very well, but I have to learn something more because I think this season I all beat the top player, but sometimes I lost to somebody like low ranking, so I just change the style. I try to more fight, not decision save much. That's something good, something no good. So I need to keep learning from this.
But presumably, to have the composure to come through a black ball end to a Judgment Day match will give you great confidence, and you should be really proud of your performance. You showed great battling qualities there.
Yeah, I'm very, very proud of myself because actually. Before cigarette, when I go back to Thailand, I eat a lot of food, so my weight going up for 6 kilos in 2 weeks.
Wow!
So when I came back, I just feel like, oh, I'm a little bit tired, a little bit tired here. Oh, so I try to run, but 6 kilos in 2 weeks is too much. So I have maybe 4 or 5 days to rest. I will try to lose the weight and enjoy in Crucible.
Wow! So you properly enjoyed it when you went home.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so enjoy because 6 or 7 months doesn't go back. So when I go back for cigarette and really enjoy see mom, dad, baby, and really enjoy eat a lot in Thailand.
But listen, everyone, you wear your heart on your sleeve, as we say in the UK, and everyone loves watching you, and everyone loves being around you. You'll get great support at the Crucible because of how you play the game and how nice you are to have around the circuit. You're going to get a great reception from the crowd.
Yeah, I'm very appreciate that. I'm very thank you for everyone to support. And also this time, a lot of people from Thailand come to support me also, all my friends and more than 10 people. So very happy this time.
Do you care who you play? The draw is on Thursday morning on radio.
I doesn't care. I can't play anybody. Just enjoy the game in Crucible.
Well, well done, Noppon. What an absolutely epic, epic end to Judgment Day Part 1. We will see you on the biggest stage of all. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, as we begin to wrap things up on Judgment Day Part 1, a little reminder of some of the great moments we have enjoyed over the last, 12, 15 hours or so. Ricky Walden went for the double, but it was treble, glory and delight. Held his hand up. He is back at the Crucible for a 9th time, denying Thepchaiya Unnu. Barry Hawkins, off form and unusually demonstrative from the 3-time ranking event winner and World Championship runner-up from 2013. But it's Jack Jones, one of 4 debutants to make it through. Anthony McGill recovered from 3-0 down against Cao Yupeng. The Scotsman was flying all the way to the Crucible for a 9th consecutive year. Remember, made the quarters on his debut back in 15. Matt Selt was under pressure against Graham Dott, the former champion, but did more than enough to justify his 4th appearance at the Crucible. Noppon Siankam will never tire of seeing that black disappear. What a way to make it through to the biggest stage of all. Our 8th and final qualifier. One of the politest characters you could ever wish to meet. Stephen Maguire was on fire for the first 4 frames, but then Fan Sen Yi got his way back into contention and over the line for a Crucible debut, winning 10 frames to 6. Wu Yiza, 19 years of age, beat Tian Pen Fei, Alan Taylor and Chris Wakelin for a 10-8 victory. And his first appearance just down the road at the Crucible. And Si Jiahui, what a day for the debutants. 4 out of 4 denying Jordan Brown a 2nd appearance at the Crucible. Wow. What a day. What a night. And guess what? We're only halfway through. 8 players from Judgment Day Part 1 have joined the top 16 in Thursday's draw. It'll be just before 9 o'clock, live on BBC 5 Live. Tomorrow, we regather to do it all over again. We'll have the expertise and the insight of the 1997 World Champion Ken Doherty. We'll have the doyen of the commentary box, Dave Hendon, and you'll have to put up with me again, Rob Walker. This is great drama. The passion, the energy and the commitment of these snooker players is second to none. Join us again. We'll be live at 11 o'clock. There are 8 places left in the big draw for Thursday. Judgment Day Part 2 is edging ever closer. See you tomorrow.